Sure.
All right, welcome everyone to the review. We've got two legends of the game, Bunny and McBanter, joining me. Thanks for being here, guys. We're going to start with Death Knight. Brittlebone Buccaneer is the first card. 2 mana, 1/4 Undead Pirate. Whenever you play a Death Rattle minion, give it Reborn. Chat, you can also rate the cards yourselves as they come up. Just type your number in chat. 1 to 4.
Okay, quick. How do you actually see the cards, dude? Like, from the main screen, where do you see the cards?
Wait, what?
No, I literally don't know how to get to the card. I thought there was like a...
Are you logged in?
Oh, I am. How do I go to my review?
It's kind of funny. I don't have. I have you on my Discord on my. Do you have to disable streamer mode? No, because like I you're not on my on my Twitch audio. That is the funniest thing.
Huh.
But okay, I mean whatever.
My thing was going crazy. It's good. It wasn't my fault.
Did you find it?
Yeah. I just had to log out and go back in. It just wasn't there for some reason. We're good now.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Alrighty. Brittlebone Buccaneer. Obviously, it's got a lot of synergies with Reska, stuff like that. What other Death Rattles do you think we need to do with this one to make it worthwhile? Is this like a plague card to double up on the 2-drop, or is it just like a full Death Rattle deck and it's just like eggs and stuff? I think I saw in like the theory crafting people were trying that.
I mean, there's the hand buff stuff, right? The 5.
Oh yeah, true.
So what I was doing in theory crafting with this was just a 2-mana 2/2 that has like gives you that rushes.
Oh yeah.
And this and Reska and the 4-drop, the 4/3 that gives you makes your minions have 1 more attack for the rest of the game. Mm-hmm. That card's actually pretty nutty when it goes off.
So you think that small package is just enough Death Rattles to make this worthwhile? I
think Reska alone makes this worthwhile. Because ideally you run like 4 Reskas in your deck. Isn't that the whole point of DK? Is that I can run as many... Like, I play cards that discover Reska, so I try to put more Reskas in my stuff, and that's how I win games. And the rest of the weapon's supposed to win.
Alright.
I mean, I'm just thinking, like, the card should have to do something apart from only Reska to be worth it, I think.
Like, I think the 2/2 rush that spawns a 1/1 with Reborn, it's already really good. If you get a 2/2 with Rush Reborn that both spawn a 1/1 with Reborn, that's like 6 corpses that give you fuel for whatever you want to do for the rest of the game. And if you really want to, you can play the 3-mana 2/2 that draws a card upon like Battlecry and Death Rattle, if you feel like you need card draw. But yeah.
Okay.
Like I think this is worth it.
But in which decks though? Is it just Rainbow DK? You're putting
Rainbow
these
DK.
3 cards in. Okay.
You could probably play it in Plague. Just Forest minions don't really die that much on turn 2. And I mean this trades terribly, but it gets defended by the Rusher, and that's why I think this is probably fine.
I'm gonna give it a 2, I think.
I'm on a 2 as well.
Yeah, I mean it's like it's a fringe card, I think. I would agree.
Alright. Okay. My chat gave it a 2.6. Okay.
Nobody in my chat voted. Unlucky.
Yeah, I don't have it.
They'll get
they
that.
Know that they can vote?
Well, you gotta tell them.
I had to tell them. Chat, you can vote. You have to press a number between 1 and 4, and you can rate the cards with us.
Yeah. I'll try to get a 2.8. Okay, we should probably
All right,
move
speed
a little
up.
quicker. I was just thinking about
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, Corpse of Gore, 2 mana, Frost, deal 3 damage, spend 3 corpses to return this to your hand at your end of your turn. Similar to Frozen Touch from Mage in the past. One distinction on this one is at the end of your turn, so you can never really shoot both off on the same turn, right?
Yeah.
And it's quite...
Yeah, sorry.
It's a big corpse sink, is what I was going to say. There are reasons to save your corpses. There are also, you want to spend corpses for the 10 mana thing, but is this too much corpse spending for too little value? What do you think?
I don't think it's too much corpse scanning. I think the card's just garbage because you can't use it twice in a turn. I discovered it once and I was like, nice, I need burn this game. I can use it like, the infused cards from Mage, and then I'm like, sure, this isn't actually any burn. This is 3 damage.
Right.
And I was just sad. I never want to put this in my deck.
Yeah, I think you just have better ways to spend your corpses, right? Like, you have better ways to deal damage, you have better ways to spend your corpses. The only thing is you could maybe use this in Warlock as burn, but even then, I mean, you have to run like the Frost rune with the 2 risks, so I don't really see it.
Okay.
I just think the card by itself is not worth it. And, like, if I really want to spend corpses, the only reason is CNE, and I don't think that's a good enough reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, is there any possibility of, like, there's quite a few face spells in DK. Is there like a burn based deck which could run this? Like frost burn or something? Or not? Or is there just better ways?
No, you never had that many corpses in that deck anyway, and the ones that you did want to spend, you wanted to spend on 6 mana and Pyroblast people.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Okay, yeah. I think I'll give it a 1 as well. I really didn't like this card.
No, I created it once in Theorycraft, and I've hated it. But, I mean, that's fine.
Alright. Next card. Chat gave that a 2.17. I'll put this down here. Okay, next card. We got Dreadhound Handler. 2 mana, 2/2 Undead Pirate Rush. Death Rattle, summon a 1/1 Dreadhound with Reborn. I mean, this seems quite efficient. Very comparable to the one that summons 2 1/1s. This one is maybe a little slower, I would say, on like when you already have a board, right? Like it's a little faster immediately, but a lot of the case you just kind of leave the 1/1 sitting there and then trade them off when you need them. But it's still pretty good. It's a lot of stats.
Yeah, I really like it. I also like the synergy with the Brittle Bone.
Yeah. I think you play this in like pretty much every DK deck. I don't really know what you don't want this in. I mean, maybe like the really slow stuff, but it's so efficient early on. It gives you 3 corpses. It keeps you alive.
I would say you might cut this in like Plague DK because you have too many 2-drops. Maybe.
Sure, maybe. I mean, yeah, in Plague, maybe not. But I feel like in every other deck, like
I think Rainbow wants that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, I could see an Excavate one also maybe having to choose between this and Mining Casualties because you run the other 2-drops as well in that, which you kind of need to run.
I personally don't think Excavate's a good package in DK, like, period.
Sure.
But I mean, we can have differing opinions on that.
Yeah, I mean, I can see like this, that the first card we saw plus Reska plus like the sort of traditional control Rainbow DK being the best one. It kind of benefits the most from this.
Like, I mean, if you get the Buccaneer together with this and just Reborn and just Rush, it's actually just so much. You have a 1/4 on board. You deal 4 damage to a minion, and you get 2 1/1s with Reborn, That is like
Oh,
worth
yeah.
4 mana.
Yeah, that's true. You can just
Yeah.
trade it off, rush again. That's quite good.
So that is, I mean, that's like, I really liked it. I played it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
I mean,
rush
it's
is
just
nice at the location as well. You proc it.
yeah,
that
true.
card's busted.
The location's mega nice.
Okay.
Yeah, I would give this a 3.
give it
I
a
think
4.
you give it 4. Okay.
I give it a 3.
I think it goes in like pretty much every DK deck. Yeah.
We
Fair
might
enough.
have different definitions.
Of a 3 and a 4. Yeah.
Yeah, for me, 1 is
I think it'll.
Garbo, 2 is fringe playable, 3 is will be played, and 4 is bonkers.
Well, yeah. 4 is like might get nerfed.
I mean, I think this is kind of okay. I don't think it'll get nerfed, but I do think it is kind of bonkers. Like I would consider mining casualties a 4. I think that card is absurd.
That is
But maybe
true,
you guys
actually. You're
wouldn't.
completely right.
Yeah, mining casualties is probably a 4. Do you think this is as on par with mining, or weaker, stronger?
I think it's maybe slightly worse on average, but there's some situations where it is better, right? But I do think it's probably a little bit worse. But that's yeah.
I mean, a lot of the time this is going to be similar to the. You remember that 1/1 in Druid that summoned another 1/1 and another 1/1 when it died? It's a bit similar to that.
Yeah. If that one had rush.
Yes, and cost an extra mana. But I mean,
Well,
I get. Yeah.
I guess the extra stat, that's why I thought it was comparable. But yeah.
Yeah. I think we said all we need to say. I'm giving it a 3.
Yeah. I already moved on to the next card.
Yep.
All right, check out that 3.4. All right, Slippery Slope. 2 mana, double frost rune, Slippery Slope. Freeze a character, draw a card for each frozen character. So they're bringing back some frost DK support with this. I've not been overly impressed from all the frost cards though.
Yeah. Do you know where this is really nutty synergy? You play Buttons as the Shaman card, and then you play the 3 mana 3/8 Taunt that is always frozen that Shaman has. And then this draws you an extra card.
That's true. Yeah. And you can play that thing that costs 1 as well, right? With the taunt.
Yeah, and it's
That's
and if you
fun.
play that, the 4/4 is always 1 mana. And the 3/8 taunt is actually not that bad. Like a 3/8 taunt, like sure it's frozen, but whatever. For 3 mana, it's actually pretty good.
Yeah, I
that
agree.
thing was pretty annoying. Yeah. Like with this card, I feel like if there's ever some sort of Warlock tourist stuff, you might do this because you have like Soul Freeze. You draw a bunch of cards, but I don't really see. I just don't see the deck for that. But that is like maybe its best synergy.
Yeah, it might be better in Warlock. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it could be, but in DK I don't see it, and I don't really see the deck for Warlock.
Yeah, 2 Frost Runes is also like a big price.
Yeah.
I feel like it's something that should be experimented with because I think the concept is cool, but I won't do it. I hope somebody else does.
Same.
Yeah.
I'm giving it a 1.
Well, they still have access to that one that refreshes mana, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
for sure.
which is a nutty card, but I mean, it's been such a long time since Frost DK seemed viable that you kind of automatically discard it a bit.
True.
But I mean, this card is decent, I'd say. But don't know if the deck is. I'll give it a 2, I guess. I mean, its base is a 2 mana wind chill as well, so it's not that bad.
Yep.
And I can freeze face. Yeah, I'll give it a 2. But I could see it being good.
Moving on.
Yep.
Chat mega low rated that one. Alright, we've got Frostbitten Freebooter, 3 mana, 2/2 Undead Pirate. Death Rattle 3's 3 random enemies. Any that were already frozen, take 5 instead. So, without any weird combos, this doesn't seem very worth it.
It seems awful without any
Yeah.
combos.
Yes.
Yeah.
Seems really bad. Very
Mhm.
slow. So what are the
Yeah.
combos? We got Death Growl. We got
No,
the
the
Warlock
idea of this is
Taurus.
you play the Warlock Tourist, you play this, and then it freezes 3 targets, and then it procs the Death Battle again, and then it deals 5 damage to all the targets it just froze. Right?
Oh yeah. So yeah.
And if you have the Warlock spell already set up, this will cost 0 because you get a Death Battle card that costs 3 less if you like kill the minion with a 4-mana spell, and you play this together with the Tourist. But the Tourist is legendary, and if the card's only good if I have my legendary, then I have to say sorry, but no thank you.
Yep. I think it's
Is
too
it-
much
is it-
work to do cool things with.
Is it possible to do a combo with this? Because Warlock has access to the destroy a minion and draw 3 as well, right? And we've seen this previous card that can draw a lot with as McBanter said, the Soul Freeze. So it seems very possible to mass cycle through your deck as a Warlock. Is the combo strong enough once we get to it? 'Cause
Right.
I think you
That's
can
the
probably
problem.
pull it off.
It doesn't actually kill them, right? Because it's 3 random enemies, so you can only get 5 damage face for each proc, right? So even if you combo it with like Death Growl or Yodeler or whatever, or in the case of Warlock, you don't have access to that stuff, it's like, how much can you really do face damage, right?
Not much, no.
Yeah. So I just don't see it.
No, not at all.
I'm giving it a 1.
I'm giving it a 1. And
All right, I'll give it a 1 too.
chat showed me. But okay. Eliza Goreblade is next, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
Legendary Eliza Goreblade. 4 mana. This is Blood and Frost. Death Rattle for the rest of the game. Your minions have +1 attack. 4/3. Permanent effect for the rest of the game. It affects all minions, even ones you generate from hero power or from tokens and stuff. Pretty powerful effect. There's a bunch of Death Rattle synergy within DK that hasn't really been utilized too much, but it is there. There's Death Growl. There's like the 5-drop that procs and gains the Death Rattle of a Death Rattle that died this game. Some other stuff. There's a new card that summons a bunch of 1/1s that can attack face. There's the 5-mana one that summons the undead. There's a bunch of ways to synergize with this. But one thing this doesn't have is a way to tutor it, which I think is a big problem.
Is there no way?
I mean, like, you don't have to build your deck around it. I felt like, the same way that you just drop Helya in your deck, because, you just kind of drop this in your deck. And then if you ever get it off with the 2-mana 1/4, like, you're just happy. That's at least how I think Rainbow DK, especially because this is a Rainbow DK card, right? Rainbow DK wants to kind of play the long game. They are one of the most control-ish decks that we have in Hearthstone, the most attrition decks that we have in Hearthstone. And the card seems made for an attrition style deck. Like, sure, it's meshed that the death battle is slow. Everything about this card screen is like slow, and in most other decks, I don't think this would get close to working. But I think we have the perfect framework to put this in.
Yeah, I can see it. You just play the same stuff you do now. You throw in Eliza, and it's kind of just good enough.
Ah, that's boring though. Can we not just dream about the Death Growl synergy and stuff? We're not going to do that.
We can also do that.
No,
it's probably going to be worse.
That's better with the red guy anyway. Yeah. I mean, you can
What about the Amalgam Reska deck? Because that could run Death Growl anyway, right? that could be a thing. You get Reska every turn.
Yeah,
that does sound pretty OP.
But the problem about Reska is that you're already happy when you draw it. You don't need to be more happy.
I don't know. You said earlier you wanted more Reskas.
That's true. We have 4 of them. I forgot I said that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So this is probably a step below Hellier, I would say, but it's probably a similar sort of card. It does seem like you could just throw it in your deck and it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Hellier was a solid 4 because just how much it stopped and how much it does. But there's also a lot of games where Hellier just doesn't do anything because they never draw the plagues. So that's why I gave this a 3.
Yeah, I'm giving it a 3.
I think, yeah, probably a 3. I'm torn between 2 and 3, but I'll give it a 3. My chat agrees. Everyone gave it a 3. Okay, next one. Ghoul's Knight. 4 mana, summon 5/1/1 ghouls that attack random enemies. They do not have rush, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
They just like attack and then they're there. So 4 mana for 5 minions. It's not a great stat line, but the idea, I guess, is that you combo with the previous card, or you just use it as a corpse generator.
Yeah.
How are you feeling on this one? I'm not loving it.
I have a fun story about this card. I saw it played exactly one time during theory crafting, and I was thinking like, yeah, it's probably like decent. You know, you played on an empty board, it's pretty good. The one time I saw it played, it traded 4 times into an opponent's 1/4, and then I never wanted to see it again. It was so sad to watch.
Yeah.
They just all died and left a 1/1. It did not look nice there. So that's the thing. Like, if they have no board, then it's pretty nice. It goes face or whatever. But like a lot of the time, when you don't get to choose the targets, like, is this better than crop rotation?
No.
Yeah,
I mean, if you're playing like this attrition style deck, it's definitely worse as well. Even though the face damage you lose out on sometimes. I just don't really see it seeing play. It kind of for it to be good as well. It kind of requires you to have already played the previous card. I feel like.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah, I'm a little bit bothered by the potential of board spaces with this. Like, I imagine my opponent doesn't have a board. They're like a deck that rams. I play this. Wow, 5 face damage. Naughty. And then they just, like, pass. And I'm like, what have I done to myself? I have no more board.
Yeah.
I think it can... Like, I'm torn between a 1 and a 2. Because I feel like the card by itself looks nice. And it has some nice synergy, like, with the previous card. But other than that, I don't feel like this is something that I want in my deck.
I'm giving this a fat 1.
All right. I think that's fine. All right.
Alrighty, next one. We got Horizon's Edge. This is a new location. All the locations this set have like ways to reopen them early, chat. So just to explain, if you reopen it early, it will then abide by the normal rules unless you meet the condition again. So you'll have to wait an extra turn. 4 mana, deal 3 damage, randomly split among all enemies. After a friendly minion dies, reopen this. 5 durability. So potentially 15 damage randomly split from this card. Pretty efficient for 4 mana. What I really like about this one is it's so easy to proc.
Yep.
Like,
it really is.
Even if you just press it and play a minion, if they clear your minion, it's open again the next turn. And of course, you can trade off your guys.
It's open every turn. Like I remember I played like Arena, which obviously is a bit different. But I mean, when you're playing DK, you're probably gonna have some minions. You have reborns and stuff. It's always available, and you can choose if you want it to go fade. Well, you don't get to choose, but like you can choose if you want to click it on an empty board, or if you just want to use it as removal, right? It's just so versatile. And it only costs 4. It's not like crazy expensive, right?
There's one downside for this though. Have you seen the animation, man? It is the
It's
slowest.
so bad.
It's so
dude.
slow.
Oh my
It's so slow.
Can you imagine you like
yeah.
roping a turn, you decide to play it, and then you have to wait for this to shoot, and you trade in.
And press it again. Yeah, it's so
That's
20
already
slow.
happened
minutes
to me.
later.
I found that out the first time I played. It's so bad.
I mean, it's a solid for the card is like turbo. It sometimes makes trading a little bit awkward because you have like certain trades that you want to make, and sometimes you like waste the damage. But I
Yeah.
mean, even if you waste the damage and this is only 4 mana, deal 14,
Yeah.
this is a really sad scenario, but I think it's still good.
The animation, it would be a good animation if it was just like twice as quick or something. It is so slow.
So
But
does any? So go ahead.
no, you guys say.
Let's say, does any DK deck not play this?
No. And this is solid for like
Yeah.
I can
can't think of
even
one.
just because of this card, I can imagine I've been thinking about running the giant.
Oh yeah, the one that gets cheaper.
Oh.
Yeah, the one that gets cheaper every time you use a location. This giant costs 0 when you lose at this location. Like you don't use this
Right.
location in 1 turn usually. For me, it's taking usually 3 turns to lose this location up.
Mhm.
But I don't know. 0 mana 8.
Yeah. There's no redundancy though, because there's not really other locations you want to play in DK. Right.
That was terrible.
Yeah, but
Really
maybe
bad.
you just don't really need it though, because like if you play another location, you discount the giant to 8 mana. It's like whatever. You're never gonna play it anyway.
Yeah,
You just need you just need this one.
Yeah,
Fours
it's
for everyone?
a thought. I'm not sure if it will work.
Yeah, I mean you
This
could
is
do.
a solid 4. And then
Yeah,
okay.
I'll give it a 4 as well. I think it's one of the best locations for sure. Maybe Warlock also dips in just for this. You can see that maybe.
Maybe.
Should we go next?
Yeah. Next we've got Snow Shredder. 4 mana, 4/4 undead. Costs 1 if a character is frozen. So this can be powerful. There's like the 1 mana 2/1 that freezes is one of the cheap ways to get it out. The problem that it costs 1 is a little awkward for me for some of the freeze effects in DK, like the weapon and stuff. Like you freeze it, but maybe you don't have the mana to actually play this as well.
Mm-hmm.
Same for the 1-drop actually, the 2/1. Like it's not.
I
It doesn't
really
cost
don't
0.
Yeah. I don't think you put this in your deck, like, ever. I just can't really imagine why you would want to. Like, the payoff is not even that insane. You have to pay a mana
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah, it's not that
It's
insane.
so situational. Yeah.
And it's funny. Like if it was a 3/3 that costs 0, I'd say this is a good card. But it's
Yes.
a 4/4 that costs 1. It's just
Well, give it rush.
I mean,
give
this-
it rush or something, maybe.
Yeah.
it'd be so nutty with like I said, the 3 mana 3/8 taunt. If this costs 0, you just play this and play like
Oh yeah.
play this right
Mhm.
after with it on turn 3 as a 3/3.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
One.
Yeah. As long as it costs 1, I don't think you're gonna play it.
That's true, I guess. Still giving it a 2. Some coping for the freeze, but it's definitely a 1.
I'll give
We
it
all
a
know it.
1. I'll give it a 1.
Chat, everybody knows it's a 1.
All right.
All right. Next up, we've got our first tourist card, buttons. How should we rate the tourist? Should we do them now, or should we do it after the other class?
Good question.
I mean, just give all of them a 3 at least, and then we move on.
We can probably do it now, and I guess we'd always change it later if we want, but probably just do it now.
All right, we'll do it now. So obviously, a lot of the tourists are gonna have to see play, right? But they're not all quite the same power level. Some of the cards that you're dipping into are weaker for your class. the tourists themselves, the effects are stronger in some other cases. Linessa. This one, I don't think this one's too strong, personally. I mean, it draws a lot of cards. In Shaman, they have the cabaret thingy that discounts the spells you get. But my problem was trying to build this is that the actual spell schools you have access to as DK aren't that strong.
Yeah.
For instance, if you go into Shaman, there's only one nature spell, and it's pretty terrible.
It's mega bad.
Yeah.
I think the only reason you want to play this is because the 5-mana 5/5 legendary that transforms is pretty dope in DK, because the shadow effect is destroy 2 random enemy minions.
Oh yeah.
Which is ridiculous, and every spell in DK is shadow. So what I ran in theory crafting, I put buttons in my deck, and I put the 5/5 in my deck, and then I ran no other shaman cards because I didn't see a reason to. And then if I play button, it gets me like a frost and a shadow spell, because you always run Frost Strike, I feel, and you always run like Threads of Despair, which is still, it's 2 mana, but the card's still nutty. Like how that was ever 1 mana is ridiculous. And then like I ran the 5 mana spell that summons 2/2s from your corpses. That's also shadow. So the only problem is, like, if you don't have your Frost Strike, you're gonna get stuck at 1 spell school, which is a little bit rough, because then it doesn't activate. But yeah, this is what I did in theory.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if it's the
true.
correct thing to do, but the 5-mana card is broken in DK.
Yeah, it's an interesting use for it. I feel like apart from that, it's like there's really not many shaman cards that DK should care for, I don't think. So I think this is probably one of the weaker tourists.
Yeah, this is actually one of the tourists I think might not see play.
Yep, I agree.
Which is but I mean, its effect is fine, and that card that Bunny was talking about is a nutty effect, but it's really only that one. And the fact that you have to play 2 different spell schools for it to even work is a bit annoying.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, like, is buttons potentially just fine in DK because it's a 5-mana 5/5 that draws you like your good shadow spell? I mean, the 1-mana spell that spends corpses to get 2 weapons is also shadow. Like, is this ever fine just because it's like okay card draw for your like attrition deck?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, I think DK's got fine card draw actually if they need it.
Yeah, like you'd rather just play like a Chill Fallen Baron, just draw 2 if this is gonna draw 2, right?
I find that sometimes with DK I have a hard time like dumping my hand, especially like there's now this 3-mana 2/1 that you can play that adds a bunch of stuff to your hand. So I feel like a lot of the DKs, it might be even tough to even play the buttons and be happy about it, because it's not just like drawing now for your hand space, it's the fact that you can't really spend mana on all the cards you get in an efficient way, I think. So I'm going to give buttons a 2. I've never given a Taurus a 1, but I've given this one a 2, I think.
I think that's fair. Should we then...
We'll jump into Shaman next, I think. We'll just...
Or should we go into the class that has the DK cards, since we've just seen them, so that it's easier to evaluate?
Oh, you want to go backwards?
Yeah, because then, like, for example, now it's much easier to evaluate the Warlock tourist.
Oh yeah, we can do that. That's fine. We can go Warlock next.
Does it make sense?
Yeah, that makes some sense. We just have to remember which ones.
I mean, you just hop, right?
Okay.
On the other hand, it makes sense to go to Shaman because, like, instead of evaluating 1 tourist correctly, we now get to evaluate 9 other cards. That makes more sense, right? To evaluate the Shaman cards in concept of how they could be in DK as well, since we've seen all the DK cards.
Yeah. Let's just do Shaman tourist next, because it's more fun if we just follow the tourists.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. We'll go Shaman. Anyone want to take Shaman?
Jumper, do you want? I mean, like you started, but aren't you the Shaman guy?
I am.
Yeah, just you can take Shaman.
All right, I'll go Shaman then. Okay. The first card is Malted Magma. It's a 2-mana fire spell. Deal 1 damage to all enemies. 3 drinks left. There's some spell school synergy within Shaman. If you guys aren't aware of what the drink spells do, it's similar to the monkeys, Barrel of Monkeys card in Hunter. You play it, you get an extra copy in your hand. You play that one, you get an extra copy. You play the last one, you run out, basically. Very simple. For fire spells in Shaman, there is basically this one, and there's the volcano one as your options for fire spells if you want. And I think this one is
There's
worse.
one more.
Is there? Oh, the rag spell. The rag spell.
And one more.
Oh.
There's the 2-mana spell that gives +3/+3 and deals 1 AoE to everything.
Oh, jam session. Jam session, yeah.
Jam session, yeah. Actually, what I did in theory crafting, I took your deck that you had built for the YouTube video. I took out this spell, I put in jam session, and as a nature spell, I added Turn the Tides because it gives you this additional dimension. Like Turn the Tides, nutty, and it gives
you
you
put the horn in.
No, that's another build that I copied from. You can do that too, but those can also be drawn by the Titan. It's just another reason that I like them. So I think those are better in that deck.
I agree, actually. Yeah. I mean, I played this in the thing because it was a new card, but I didn't think this was particularly strong. I happened to play against Baby Bear, who was playing Demon Hunter, and there was a bunch of summon 1/1, so it was good in those games, but like in most matchups this is not be good. Even when I discount it to 0, you only discount the first drink to 0. It's just not very efficient in what it does.
Yeah.
Jam session feels more appealing.
Yeah, I think jam session better. There are other combos where fire spells might be better. If you're like a really control-y deck, the 4-mana one could be better than this. If you're trying to combo with the rag, obviously you don't want it to hit this instead of the rag. So I think this one won't see any play. I want to give this a 1.
Yeah. It's pretty much only good with spell damage specifically, right? Like dealing 1 for 2 mana is just bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If this was a nature spell.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's a different story. But yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'll give it a 1.
Should we go
It
next?
might be the worst drink. Yeah.
The Warlock drink might be worse.
Oh, okay, yeah. That one is
Or comparable.
That's not good either.
Okay, Siren Song. 2 mana, get 2 random spells from spell schools you haven't cast this game.
Please tell me this is the fat one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a fat one.
You
I
basically need
deleted
it.
that from the deck. I'm sorry, Jumper.
No, dude. I was just playing the new card. It's
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking this was good.
Stuff, but it's bad, right?
Yeah.
I mean, besides the fact that it like if you played this late game after you played spell schools, you don't have 2 mana to do this and then play the spell school. And then if you haven't played any spell schools, you get bad spells from spell schools that you already have in your hand, and then you discount the bad spells instead of the good spells. Clap, clap, clap. You shot yourself in the foot.
It's really bad. It's really bad.
Yeah. Alright, let's move on.
Alright, next.
Okay. Carefree Cookie. I love the art on this one. 3 mana, 2/2 Warlock Pirate. It's a Demon Hunter Tourist. After a friendly minion dies, summon a random minion that costs 1 more. I think this one is insanely good. You definitely want to dip into Demon Hunter as well with the spell school stuff. They have like a nutty fell spell. The shadow spells are also pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, the DH set is better for Shaman than the Shaman set is for Shaman, I think.
And
the effect of the card is also really good too. Like just in general.
Dude, you play the 2 mana fell spell into this. It's like really good couple turns.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of Theorycraft, I played against this deck. They played the 2-mana spell that summons the pirates, plus the 3-mana 2/4 pirate that gives them +1/+1. And then at the end of that, it ran the Wind Fury weapon, the Horn.
Yep.
And then you run this with Steel 4, and you run this with the, what's it called, Turn the Tides? Dude, that is so much damage. And I think you can make that build that person had even better by putting in the Cabaret Artist. And because you just make them 1 mana, and you just... that's a nutty build. Like, I'll share that one later. But yeah, kind of yoinked it, and then I think I made it a little bit better. But this felt super sick.
Easy for this one, I think.
I think this is one of the better tourists for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Who did I play? I played against somebody that just didn't have direct damage. Some classes didn't have direct damage. And then my 1/1s transformed into 2-drops. And then it was against a Paladin, and they didn't have direct damage. It was so sad. And then they had to contest my 2-drops with minions, and then my minions became 3-drops, and then my minions became 4-drops, and then the game ended.
Yeah, I did play against this, and they played the summon the 2 frog spell behind this, and I didn't have a way to kill the cookie. I was just like, guess I'm not attacking ever.
I had the
0/1 can't be killed.
Yeah. I think this is easy for me.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, we've got Melt Elemental. 3 mana, 3/8. Taunt. This is permanently frozen. This is a lot of stats. So, first comparison you kind of think of as Tar Creeper. It's pretty similar card. This is +3 health on a Tar Creeper though for 3 mana. It's a big butt to get through. If you're playing some sort of late gamey Shaman that needs to stall out, this is probably making it into the deck, I imagine.
I would 100% play this in Highlander Shaman.
Yeah.
And like I said, I think the really cool DK synergy with the draw cards for frozen minions and the 4-mana 1/1 for frozen minions. It's neat. It will never see play, but I like where this is going.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, what you could do, you could play this, and then you could play the 0-mana spell that refreshes 2 mana and spend 2 4/4s on turn 3. You could do that on turn 3.
In DK,
In DK. It's just a 4-card combo on turn 3. But other than that, it's great.
Yeah.
So this could. I mean, in that sort of deck, this is filling the role of when we had Tar Creeper and aggro decks. It's just like protect your other stuff.
Yeah. That's a weird thing about Tar Creeper, right? When it got released, everybody thought, it's a control card, but it turned out to be an aggro card because what you ended up doing is hiding all your good cards behind your big taunt.
Yeah.
Removal's better these days.
Yeah. The game's definitely changed a lot since then. I don't think I want to give this one a 3. I think I want to give it a 2 because it's not terrible. I think it's just a fringe card for the most part.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Everything else is just it's a nice thought experiment, but that's it. Right.
All right.
Alrighty. Next up, we have Natural Talent. 3 mana nature spell. Get a random Naga and a random spell. They cost 1 less. So this is the nature spell I was talking about that DK has access to. What is this garbage?
I don't understand.
Should we just give it a 1?
Like, if this would say Discover, would you play it?
Yeah, maybe. If it was Discover, you get a Discover spell.
Yeah, but then even then it's like maybe, right?
I wouldn't play it in Shaman. Maybe in the DK it would be worthwhile if you're doing some tourism.
I think I know why they printed this card. It's to save us time on our card review so we can move on.
Ah, you're right. Okay.
True. You're absolutely right. Let's
One
get
is
going.
okay. Cabaret Headliner. 4 mana, 3/3 Battlecry. Reduce the cost of a spell of each school in your hand by 2 Naga. This thing I think is really good. For most aggro-y shamans and maybe even just mid-rangey shamans want to dip into Demon Hunter, and already discounting the fell spells is probably good enough tempo.
Yeah. I mean, I think you only need to discount 2 cards to be pretty happy with this, right? At least for me, I think that's like, yeah. So any more than that, it's like crazy.
I don't think you want to go full spell school really, with the razzle dazzle guy, and putting in like Watcher of the Suns and stuff. Probably not. But there are just good tempo-y ones you can discount that make this worthwhile, I think.
I didn't hate Watcher of the Sun in that deck, by the way.
The Watcher was fine. It's like you just play it, and then there's actually a decent amount of like board-based holy spells you can get.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure what number this is. It's like a 3 or 4, right?
Yeah, I think a 3. I think a 3. I think it's solid.
Yeah.
There's some combos you can do with this also. We just mentioned briefly. There's like Conductivity Jive Insect. This helps that combo. You could potentially do that. Make it a lot cheaper. All right. Chat gave that a 3 as well. Okay, next we have an Evolve spell. 4 mana, matching outfits. Transform a minion into a random one that costs 1 more, then summon a copy of it. This would be really okay, maybe, if there was, like, Null or something. It wouldn't be, like, mega insane, maybe, but because it's still a lot of mana, but... Right now, there's, like, nothing, really, to...
Is there no way to make it work?
The only way you make this work is if you put this on your opponent's really big minion. And like I think there's only one 11-drop in the game.
Yeah.
Chain Guardian.
Oh, you use this as a removal spell on 10 drops because the Chain Guardians trade itself. Like Eonar kind of removal. I know this is Giga Fringe, and this is why. I mean, I think this card is garbage, but I think this is like the best thing you're gonna come up with. This card is like. Where you put this on some high cost, or like you put this on like a Ziliax that somebody's cheated out, and
can't do that though.
Yeah, you can't target it.
No, the other one, the ones that get cheaper.
Nah.
Okay. The main point being is that you summon like a big minion for 4 mana for yourself, and you don't really care that much what happens.
Well, you did it for them too.
Yeah, but you transformed one of the minions that's supposed to be useful. But yeah, when you high roll, they also high roll. That's
maybe a 2 to a 1. After hearing that, if that's the best use,
yeah. You told me down, Bunny.
I mean, it was always a 1, but I feel like that is literally the best I could come up with.
I have a question. If hypothetically they in the mini set they print Null, is this even that good?
No.
It's
it costs 4 mana.
you just play muck pools, right?
Yeah, the point of Evolve cards is that they're cheap.
Like an actual something like Null, I think this would be good.
No, you still just run. I mean, I guess muck pools is better, and then you run both of them. But
I mean, it would be 5 mana. You summon 2 Chain Guardians. That'd be and trade something that would be actually quite good.
It would be good for sure, but I don't think they'll do that.
No, I still think muck pools would be better.
You play both, it's fine. Yeah.
Alright, 1.
It's a 1 for now.
Alright, next up. That one's not a 1.
Caress Cabaret Star. 5 mana, 5/5 Naga. While in your hand, play 2 different spell schools to transform. I think this is not good in Shaman, but...
Some are not like the others in here.
Yes, I need to show chat. I'm going to extend it quickly. What did they do? So we have Arcane is draw 2 cards. Fire, deal 6 to the enemy hero. Frost, freeze 3 enemy minions. Nature, this gains +2/+2 and Taunt. Holy restores 6 to you. Shadow, destroy 2 random enemy minions. Fell, deal 2 to all enemy minions. So most of them are kind of meh, but the Shadow one is like really strong tempo.
Fell is also really good, actually.
The Fell one?
Yeah. That like feet. I don't know why this doesn't go phase, but I feel like Fell should go phase just to like set itself apart from Shadow, but sure.
Okay.
It's
Also Frost
honestly
should be
pretty
phase.
funny. Yeah, no, it's funny the
Yeah.
distinction between like the effects. Like compare Frost to Shadow. Like what?
Yeah. I mean, this is why I think this is actually like the Shadow one is just busted, right?
Yeah.
And this is why I feel like you might be able to, with all the Shadow spells in DK, you might want to put this. The problem is you're going to have to find a second spell
Yeah,
to play
you need-
at some point.
Yeah. It has to be a second spell tool in your deck, and the thing is, it's not like it does half the effect if you've played one.
No.
You have to play 2 for it to transform, which
Okay,
I think is a big downside for this.
Yeah. Also, does it go in order? Like if you play a Frost and then a Shadow, does it do? It does? Okay.
Yes. So if you play the Shadow first, it will first destroy 2 and then freeze 3.
Right.
Otherwise, it will freeze 3 and then destroy 2, which...
Right.
Yeah.
So basically you have to play Shadow first if you draw it, essentially, or it's going to be kind
No,
of
you don't, because if you draw Shadow, you're already happy. You don't really care that much. I mean, like you care a little bit, but
a little bit.
But yeah, I mean, it's mostly when you have Fell into Shadow, which is nice, because that clears like.
How do you play Fell and DK though?
My chat's saying it always does the good order, like it's smart apparently.
Wait, I heard that. I heard that
bad order.
I heard that too, but I think Hat said that one time about the card.
Okay, because I thought I saw it, but it might have been with Nature. Maybe then that was different.
Okay, that's cool, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it's a little bit slow. I do feel like Shadow's the only one that's actually like worth it out of these. I mean, maybe like sometimes Arcane is fine, but that's kind of hard to get.
So
Fire, meh.
Yeah, we should talk about the Mage card, right? That is quite similar to. Can't remember the name of it. The one that it was Fire Arcane.
The one that transforms all the time.
Yeah. So that card ended up not being like great. It was fine. This one is harder to activate, and I think the effects are all worse. Maybe with the exception of Shadow. So that leads me to believe this won't be very good. Even in DK, I don't think it will be.
When you add both together, because you're going to get 2, right?
I mean, the discount your cards one, your spells one was quite strong.
Yeah, that was pretty sick. And
that one
the fire one was decent removal sometimes, and obviously the armor gain was useful too. I don't know. I think this is also quite clunky.
They had some games where this lined up really nicely. You play the Headliner that gives you the 0 mana, that makes the Fell spell 0 mana, and then you can play it. And
wait, how are you getting the Fell spell?
Next turn. Wait, you just play a cookie.
Oh, in Shaman.
Yeah, in Shaman.
Right.
I mean, like, I think in DK it's a little bit of a question mark thing. I just wanted to try out something new. But
I guess
I think Shaman was actually pretty good. Like, it didn't really matter what I got. As long as I got either Fell or Shadow in it, I was happy. Like, for sure.
Yeah.
It didn't, like, if it was Nature, sure. It's like, then it was like a 7/7 taunt that dealt 2 damage to all enemies. And I thought for 5 mana that was pretty okay. Like,
yeah.
Sure.
Since you're jamming the stuff anyway, I'm gonna 3.
Okay. When I played with it, I thought it was a little clunky sometimes, but maybe I was just not playing the right schools. I want to give this a 1 actually, or maybe a 2. Maybe we'll give it a 2. Nah, I'll give it a 1. I don't trust it. All right. Frosty Decor. 5 mana, summon 2/4 elementals with Taunt and Death Rattle, gain 4 armor. I heard a lot of people hating on this card when it was announced, saying it was
Really?
Feral Spirits for 5 mana. But I like this one quite a bit. It's a frost spell to start with, so it works with the Cabaret thing. It's 5 mana, so it's a premium card for Hagatha, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
It's very easy to just Hagatha into this and it'd just be a really good play.
Curving into this is crazy with Haggard. That's so many stats.
Yeah. It's very defensive, gain you armor. Gives you taunt as well on the board, so you can just ignore stuff and go face a lot of the time. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah,
I think Hagatha pushes it over the edge for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I really like what you did in that deck with that double Frost Decor and then one, was it Star or something?
Yeah.
The Stars card was crazy every time it got played.
I was wondering whether that should be a 2 of, because like the Cabaret discounts it, it's like the only arcane.
I like that it was a one-off, kind of, because the problem is if you play like, I mean, I guess if you play 2 Cabarets, you don't care, but being able to like just discard one of them specifically was pretty neat.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like one of them was enough for the game. But yeah, you want to, maybe you want to have that card more often. But I like the Frost Decor as well. Like when covering this after Hagatha was pretty sweet.
Yeah. There's other Hagatha cards that's like Wave of Nostalgia. I think this is stronger in general than Wave. It's just a bit easier to just play. But Wave of Nostalgia got some boost from the Demon Hunter set as well, with the patches and the 2 mana spell to summon a bunch of stuff immediately. So might have to relook at that card.
In terms of stats.
It is, yeah.
I
want to give this a 3. I think it will just see play.
Same.
It's decent.
All right.
Alrighty. Oh, chat gave it an exact 3 as well. Okay, next we have the Razzle Dazzler. 7 mana, 4/4 Naga battle cry. Summon a random 5-cost minion. Repeat for each spell school you've cast this game. Very similar to the Mage 7 mana spell, which gives you 4/5s with random abilities. But the difference with this one, obviously it's not a spell, but the baseline is a lot more stats, because even if you've not played any spell schools, you get a 4/4 and 1 random 5-cost. So you don't have to play too many spell schools for this to actually summon a big board.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 7 mana spells it's 0 minions, right? Or is it 1, 4, 5 and then repeat?
No, it's 0 baseline.
Yeah.
But the big difference between them, right, is that it's so much easier to play the spell schools in Mage, and the cards are probably in general a bit better as well. So it's easier to make that one a lot bigger.
Yeah, I had problems getting this really big in time.
Yeah.
Because the spells are so expensive, and there's so many other things that I wanted to do at the same time that I couldn't really get this guy big. I do still think it's a solid card.
Yeah, I have a feeling Shaman will just not go for it in general. Well, one sort of distinction between this and Mage is that Shaman already makes a bunch of board naturally for its cards. The Mage doesn't so much. So the 7 mana in Mage just is, you can just put it onto the board and there'll be board space for it. And all your other cards are like controlling the board in some way. For the Shaman, it's not really the same thing. You're already making a board, and your spells, a lot of them are making board themselves anyway. So there are going to be times where you just don't have the board space for this, or you can make board in other ways and it's fine. It didn't impress me too much, this one.
Okay.
It's a little too expensive, maybe.
Yeah. I'll give it a 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna
2 seems fine. Alrighty.
Demon
Oh,
Hunter?
dumb. Yeah. Let's dip into DH.
Alright. Demon Hunter. I'll just has anybody played a lot of like Demon Hunter stuff here? Otherwise I'll just take it.
Oh, you go for it,
a
man.
bit, but not much. Yeah, you can go for it.
Okay, so we have 1 mana 1/1 Demon Pirate called Patches the Pilot. Battlecry, shuffle 6 parachutes into your deck. Then summon a 1/1 pirate with charge when drawn. I thought this card looked super nutty, and I played a little bit with it, and I was like, like, if I'm not drawing that much, it really hasn't been as impactful as I was hoping for it to be. Like, I want to give this a 4, but I think the truth is it's probably more a 3 in terms of actual impact.
I drew them all the time.
Yeah.
I drew like 7 cards and I drew all the 1/1s.
Mm.
And it was pretty insane.
I think it's such
also like,
a low cost investment for what you get.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Yeah. I think it'll just be played in every deck because it's like you just want good 1-drops, and this is a good 1-drop. You might not actually play it in the Mega Aggro Demon Hunter that plays priest cards as well, because you need the impact in the first 10 cards. Like, by the first 10 cards you've drawn in the game, you need to win.
Yeah.
But in the Shamans, it was really good.
I definitely don't think it goes in every deck, but it's like, it's fairly flexible.
Well, it won't go and shop a Demon Hunter if that's still a thing, because there's a demon. But
Yeah.
I played a Fatigue Demon Hunter, and this was really good in that, because you draw so many cards.
Yeah.
It was just like 1 mana 7/7.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that it has charge is really neat.
Yeah.
I'll give it a 3.
Yeah,
I think 3 is up. Shamans will play it for sure.
Then we have 2 mana 2/2 Demon Pirate Adrenaline Fiend. After friendly pirate attacks, give you here +1 attack this turn. Firstly, I thought this card was a 1. Because I'm like, why would I do this? Like, 1 attack to my hero is kind of nonsense. Why don't I just play like the 2 mana 1/4 pirate that makes adjacent minions do like 1 damage to a random enemy, or like anything else? But I'll give this a 2 because there's this deck that's going to play, I think, pirates that charge together with a weapon, Wind Fury weapon, or the 4 mana elemental that gives your face Wind Fury. And I think it goes in this deck, and I think this deck might actually be quite strong. So I'll give it a 2.
Yeah, I could see it.
So, in this deck, you've got the Wind Fury available. Are you playing the location?
Probably, yeah.
So you press the location. The
Or
attack.
Sigil. Awesome.
Or Sigil, yeah. Okay.
I could see it working. I mean, it's basically damages you can't stop effectively, right? Like, there's no way to counter the dormant or the sigil things other than Reno.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing, though, really is that the reason why I thought this card is garbage at first is you have 1 mana, deal 2, give your hero 3 attack. I thought that was, like, infinitely better. Or the 2 mana 3/2 Naga that gives you 3 attack.
Yeah.
That is also infinitely better.
And the stealth guy.
Like, I just feel like there's so many options that might be better. But I give this a 2 because, I mean, like, maybe this kind of just goes in it on top. Like, maybe just, like, double dip on the effect. But I think it's questionable. It could just be a 1 as well.
It does seem worse than those.
Yeah.
Like if you don't have the setup or you don't have the board, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah. For Shaman, you would have to play this because you can't use those cards. So.
I mean,
yeah. Do you even want this? I don't know.
Yeah, but it's specifically for Shaman with either the Wind Fury, the 4 mana Wind Fury Elemental, and the Mini, or with the 6 mana weapon.
But don't you just have like the 3 mana spell and the double 3 mana spells? Can't you just use those? Do you need this as well?
I mean, you don't need to, but sometimes you just play it on 2 together with the other pirates, and it just helps you trade.
I don't know.
There's another pirate and pirate's energy, but I'm not exactly sure.
I want to give it a 1.
That's fair.
I think there's just better options everywhere than this one.
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright. 2 mana Sigil of Skydiving. It's a fell spell at the start of your turn. Your next turn, summon 3 1/1 pirates with charge. I feel like it enables a lot of stuff in Shaman, in Demon Hunter. It's just overall nutty card. I'm giving it a 4.
Yeah, I'm 4 in
Yep.
this. Ziliax
really
as
good.
well? Oh, shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yep,
there's Zilly, there's Wave, there's Cookie, like, yeah.
Is this just mining casualties that they can't trade and it has charge?
It kind of is.
I know.
Yeah. It's for sure good, right? I don't think we need to say too much more on this.
That is mega nice. I think
My
it's the
chest
best
defined, they
card.
give it a 2.8.
Raid leader.
What? No way. This card's so good.
Alright.
Yeah.
Moving on.
4ing this.
Paraglide. 3 mana, both players draw 3 cards, outcast only you do. I'm not really sure why this is that much better than the Sigil.
It is. It definitely is. It's outcast as well, so you can discount it with studies.
Yeah. The thing I was wondering about though is, like, is the upside of drawing, like, let's say your patches pirates from your deck on your turn better?
I mean, both would be on your turn. Do you mean at the start of your turn?
Yeah, like having it at the well, the thing is, if I play this 3 mana Sigil now, and then I get the cards at the start of my turn, then I get the 1/1 pirates that charge at the start of my next turn. Whereas if I play this and I draw any chargers, I may already attack with them, have them on the board, and they can attack next turn again.
Right.
Yeah.
So, like, I mean, I guess there's a difference, and obviously you can play this with studies, which is kind of nice. If you want to outcast it, sometimes you might not care about your opponent drawing cards as well. Like, if you're an aggro deck, you might not care, but you might also do.
I think you might. I think you do care a lot of the time.
Yeah, just gets them closer to the Ziliax, huh?
Yeah.
Do
Yeah.
you know what I did with this? Our opponent was playing the Lynessa deck, and they played their 4-drop, and then I paraglided, filled their hand up, and killed it, and overdrew their Lynessa.
Yeah, I mean, there's
right.
definitely some like niche synergy with like milling, but in general, that's not going to be what it's used for, right? But sometimes.
I think it's a 2.
Yeah, I'll give it a 2.
I think in general, this is better than the Sigil card draw because, like, you want to play card draw when you don't have any good tempo plays left in these sort of decks for the most part. And when you do that, you kind of want to get the cards immediately so you can fill out the rest of your turn, right?
Yeah. The only downside that I saw with this is if you play Momentum, this kind of counter synergizes with Momentum because Momentum blocks the outcast of this, and if you play this, you might only have 4 cards drawn at the end of your turn, and then you can't play the Momentum. So with the Sigil, you have like more synergy with Momentum if you want to go like for the kind of burn route in those decks with like Acupuncture and Sigil, because they kind of counter each other a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, this is also, we've got to talk about it in Shaman too. It's probably a decent card draw option, I think, for it.
Yeah.
Alright.
I'll give it a 3. Skirting Death. Oh no, I'm not doing it. It's you, Bunny.
Yeah.
You go for it.
3 mana Shadow Spell, Skirting Death. Choose a minion this turn. Your hero steals 4 attack from it. So I already tested this, and if a minion doesn't have 4 attack, you cannot steal 4 attack. It's not it's not -4 attack for the opponent and +4 for your hero. There's only if they have a 1/1, you steal 1 attack.
Right.
Yep.
And it also works with your own minions. Yeah, I think this card is pretty nice. I don't think this is a great Demon Hunter card. I think this is exclusively a Shaman card. Number 1, it gives you the Shadow Spell School on Shaman. Number 2, it's really bonkers with Shaman and Wind Fury attacks. But I think in all the Shaman decks is really good. So
yeah,
by that logic, I'll give it a 3 because I don't know, it's really good in one class, but it's really bad in the other, I think.
Ooh, you can conductivity it?
Yeah, the conductivity dream.
Yeah, but the
OTK
problem
them.
is, like,
there's no attack.
The opponents have 3 minions next to each other, no locations on the board, which definitely won't see play in the next expansion. And they also have to have all 4 attack or something like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this
if they
combo is
3
definitely
each,
happening.
If they had 3 each, it would still be insane, but yeah.
Yeah.
Is that you can do it on your own ones as well, right? I mean, if you play the Wind Fury Elemental, that's already 4/4.
Yeah. But then you need to kind of discount a little bit, I guess.
Yes.
It's possible, but
it doesn't seem like that easy, but
I think the connectivity one is I think the connectivity one is probably a meme. I think just playing Skirting Death and Turn the Tides is better. Turn the Tides is also just a nutty card that you can play on Curve. I like cards that are standalone good cards.
This one's not so nutty though compared to the other, but it's just the shadow.
Yeah,
I'll give it a 2.
Yeah, 2 seems fine.
Sorry. 4 mana, 3 durability, dangerous cliffside is a location. Summon 2 1/1 pirates with charge after your attacks. Reopen this. So this is the new mechanic again where you can do something. This is a little bit weird because you can't usually attack multiple times unless you have Wind Fury. And it's just it seems a lot worse than the 2 mana spell. Yeah, I mean it's twice the mana for in principle twice the amount of chargers, but they come a lot later and they don't come at the same time.
And you got no board space.
Way worse.
Yeah, and the board space stuff is really weird. But you can trade them off. I could see this again, I think there's a some pirate synergy deck that plays pirates and Wind Fury weapon and just literally just donks you in the face with a Wind Fury weapon and has some synergy with this, and you might just take a turn. You can just play a location to take a turn off, and if you're not getting renovated, then this will set up your OTK nicely for later.
Yeah,
and I think it goes in that deck, but it's only that deck and nothing else.
There is a combo of the Bloodlust. Say you played the 4/4 Elemental, you get the mini one. You've played this thing, right? You have the Bloodlust card in hand. You press the location. You play the mini. You attack phase or whatever. You press the location. You attack phase. You press the location, and then you Bloodlust them, and then you've got 6 1/1s with charge. So you do 4 times 6, 24.
Well, 5 1/1s because.
The last one wouldn't.
7th. Yeah.
Board space.
Yeah. I guess so.
But how about you play the 2 mana pirate that gives you hero 1 attack for every pirate that charges?
You could do that
with the mini. That's the same combination, and then you just get Wind Fury in your face.
Yeah, but to reopen, you got to attack already.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, they get attack first.
It's a bit weird.
It's a bit awkward. I don't know if I really see it with this. Maybe a specific combo deck, but I don't think you're just throwing this into decks like you are with the Sigil.
No, I think the reason why this works is because you have this very specific curve. You have this 2 mana that summons the 1/1 pirates. Then you have the 3 mana 2/4 pirate that gives a pirate 2 attack, 1 +1/+1 every time it attacks. And while they're busy removing this, you can play this, and you can get more potentially 2/2 with charge. And I think you just kind of play them all together because they by themselves they're not amazing, but when you put them together, they kind of make a sensible deck. That's my idea. That's why I'm giving it a 2.
Yeah, I'll give it a 2.
You've talked me into a 2. I didn't think this was too strong, but there might be. I really don't like the fact that just there's so much board space taken up.
Yeah. I mean, like, I talked myself into it too as well. All right.
Nah,
Then we have
I'm giving it a 1 actually.
Seeker. Yeah, it's probably 1. A Rana Thrill Seeker, 5 mana, 5/6 Priest Horse. Damage your hero takes on your turn is redirected to a random enemy. I mean, it's a tourist, and if you want to play Mega Aggro Druid, you probably want to play the 1 mana 2/4 that deals damage to ourselves, and you probably want to play the 5/5 Taunt that gets cheaper, and you probably want to. I mean, you want to play Priest cards, is what I'm trying to say, in your aggro Demon Hunter deck. So this is why I think you will run it. And
okay.
Yeah.
I think that's all I needed to say, and that's why I'm giving it a 3.
Should we also talk about is the Demon Seed kind of? I played a Fatigue Demon Hunter in Theory Crafting with this, where you just draw through your whole deck and kill them with Fatigue. It mega killed AFK decks. They had no chance. So it was eating good in the Theory Crafting, but I feel like it struggled a bit against board. Was the only issue.
So it's a 1-turn Demon Seed?
Yes. But you have like the 4 mana weapon that draws based on how many Outcast cards you played, so you can set that up and draw like 10 cards or something. Plus there's there's the new Glide and also the old Sigil. It's really easy to draw your deck by like turn 8 or 9.
Oh, that's cool.
You know what I forgot? And when I say forgot, I mean I didn't really know when I first played this, and I just now remembered as we were talking about the card, is that it doesn't go face, it goes to a random enemy. So like,
yes.
I thought I had lethal when I queued the deck for the first time, and then I realized my opponent had a minion. I was like, oh
no.
Right. Yeah. That makes it a lot. I thought it was their face. I was like, oh, this is broken. It's not.
It's just everywhere. I mean, most of the time, even when they had a full board, if you've drawn a lot, it still lethaled. But there's some issues though.
Yeah.
Definitely issues. One is if you get vipered. Because a lot of the time you have to hold the weapon with like a lot of draw and you're near the end of the deck and they viper you, just like insta die.
Did that happen to you?
No, I mean no one's playing Viper in Theory Crafting.
Right.
But if this deck is trying to prey on slower decks, it's quite a I don't know. It's a card they like to play.
Alright. I give it a 3 just because it like does let you play with cards from other classes that I think are nice.
Yep, I give it a 3.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, next up we have Cliff Dive. 6 mana, summon 2 minions from your deck and give them rush. They go back at the end of your turn. I mean, I can think of really great combos that work really great with this. And I think they really don't matter because I don't think the Big Demon Hunter works. And I'm going to give this a 1.
So you can do this in Shaman with like Walking Mountain and
I know why you know this, McBanter. I saw you got tortured by this.
I did get tortured by this.
Walking Mountain Golganath.
Yeah, but it seems probably a bit ambitious.
Yeah, you just summon the cookie.
So you have to summon the cookie and the Walking Mountain. You kill off the Walking Mountain. You heal yourself for 16 and get a 10 drop that stays.
Oh, actually, that sounds pretty great. Maybe that's not too bad.
I mean, like, there is some potential there because cookie goes in all your decks because obviously. But yeah, if you get cookie and then Golganath, you're like kind of sad.
Yeah. Okay, I'll give it a 1.
Your first spell doesn't even cost 3 less anymore with Golganath.
Oh yeah.
Unlucky.
Yeah.
Alright, next up.
One is
we have Climbing Hook, which is 6 mana, 5/2, doesn't lose durability while you control a minion with 5 or more attack. I'm giving this a 1. I would like to move on to the next card.
Same.
Yeah, I don't know why this is Arcanite Reaper, but +1 mana in
Okay, cool.
this current year.
Good, we talked about it.
All right.
Then we have 7 mana, 5/8 Demon. Whenever this attacks, give your hero 5 attack this turn. This is supposed to work with a 6 mana spell, but that card is garbage, and this card is even worse. I would like
Doesn't
to give
have
this a
rush.
1 and move on with our lives.
Sounds good.
Yes.
Cool. Nice. Just in the interest of time, and just
Yeah. No.
Yeah. I mean, the cards are garbage.
okay. We're going
So
priest,
we're
huh?
doing priest. Okay.
Priest next. Okay.
Banter Siren, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
perfect. I love priest. Let's go. All right. Acupuncture. 1 mana. Deal 4 damage to both heroes. So this, I mean, this is more of a DH card, right?
Yeah,
Kinda.
I think so.
Actually playing some priest.
I tried this in like Aggro Priest with Aggro Priest with Hunter cards with the new rod that gives you the 3 mana rod that gives you the like a 1-drop and the 3/3 and stuff like this. But I think you just want to be board centric. I don't think you want to burn from hand even in that deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the best thing it does is probably that it combos with Arana on an empty board for 8, which is cool. It's a lot of burst, but a bit specific.
I used it in my Demon Hunter, my Fatigue one, as a one-off. To activate the AoE spell, and also, like, later on, they had, like, board, and I would go, like, Arana plus these, and maybe, like, hero power or attack into one of the minions or something to help just survive. And then just res the Arana later with the 3 mana spell. That's my plan. It was, like, okay. Sometimes it saved me, but it wasn't insane.
Not the worst card. I'll give it a 2.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a Sinister Strike, right? But more.
I mean, it's better, but yeah. I think the main idea is that it's nice with Arana because you're probably playing that deck with this.
Sure.
All right.
Give it a 2.
All right. Brain Masseuse. 1 mana, 2/4. Whenever this minion takes damage, also deal that amount to your hero. So big 1-drop. It's an undead. It's also a pirate, which is the more relevant part for DH, right? With all the pirate synergy.
Mm-hmm.
I played it a bit in a DH, in like an aggressive DH deck, and honestly, I don't know if I feel like I had better plays a lot of the time.
Yeah. It's only got 2 attacks. It's not loads.
Yeah, it's not huge. And I mean, also the problem is if you play this late, like, you might die.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Do you play into Shaman, they Golgan effort? Oof.
Oh, God.
I mean,
Yeah, 20.
It synergizes with the 5 mana 5/5 taunt though. That gets cheaper every time you take damage. Which is interesting. But yeah, I wasn't super happy with this card because sometimes, like in the late game, it's just in your hand. You're not playing it anymore because you die.
Yeah.
But like early game, it's pretty good. But it actually doesn't push more damage than the Nagas. The 1/3 Naga that gets better by spells, or the puppet, the sock puppet. They're obviously better than this. But I mean, this wasn't terrible. Just another 1 mana card that kind of sometimes replaces what's that 1 mana 2/2 card that everybody's playing in everything?
Miracle Salesman.
Exactly. Yeah, Salesman. I think in the aggressive Demon Hunter, this is better than the Salesman.
I mean, it's quite nice that this kills a Salesman.
Yeah.
I'll give it a 2.
Doesn't seem great to me.
Yeah.
I want to give it a 1. I don't know. I feel like it won't see play overall. Could be wrong.
Yeah. Next card is Nightshade Tea. 2 mana, deal 3 damage to a minion, deal 2 damage to your hero, and it's a drink, so you get 3 copies. Well, 2 copies. It activates your the burning coals, which is kind of nice, but like it does do a lot of damage to yourself by the end.
Yeah,
6 damage.
It's not exactly that efficient.
Yeah,
and everything about it.
It felt okay
awful
to me. I mean, like dealing 3 for 2 is not terrible. That's kind of like standard removal stat line, right?
Yeah.
But now it usually freezes or life steals or does something else in Hearthstone. Like dealing 3 to a minion, that is Holy Smite. That cost me 1 mana. And that doesn't deal damage to my face. And if I play this in a removal heavy slow deck, like I don't need more of these, right? Later in the game. That's like the first card sucks, and I don't think the upside of the next one is that great.
So is there any concierge stuff we can do? Like you run concierge in the aggro demon hunter, you can tempo the 1-drop with a concierge.
And then you just play on your concierge because they don't have minions. Because this is deal 3 to a minion. Like this doesn't even go face.
Yeah, true. They need to play stuff into it, I guess. Yeah. Okay.
Oh no.
Yeah, I think I'll give it a 1. It seems pretty bad.
By the way, somebody in my chat asked why there's so many pirates in this expansion, and I recently read the reason on Twitter, and it's because they did focus groups, and focus group really liked a pirate-themed expansion. And from the pirate-themed expansion that they got from the focus group, they then came up with the idea of Hearthstone Holidays. And this is why this kind of branched out this way.
Yeah.
And think of that whatever you will.
I won't think of that. All right. 1. Cool. Let's move on. Chillin' Vol'jin. 3 mana, 3/3, Hunter 2 risk, battle cry. Choose 2 minions, swap their stats. Okay, for me, this is like an easy 4. Like the card itself is kind of insane, and I think you for sure want to go into the Hunter cards.
There's some nice ones in Hunter for Priest.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is this card that insane itself though? I didn't play with it.
I played it on the 3/8 freeze elemental with taunt. On turn 3.
I swapped a giant with my 0/2. And I was
actually you can also choose itself.
How do you have a 0/2? It can't choose itself.
It was a 1/3.
Well, battle cries can't trigger themselves, shoot at themselves.
I don't think it can choose itself. I'm almost
certain.
That's
unfortunate.
Then no battle cry can target itself.
Yeah.
That is sad.
I had a 0/2 because it was a 1/3, and they played that elemental that gives everything -1/-1, and then I swapped their 8/8.
Got it. Yeah. That's gonna happen.
It's still an easy 4.
Yeah.
I'll give it a 3. I think I'm not 4 in this. I don't know. I think the card itself is like just fine. Could be wrong. I'll give it a 3.
Fair enough. Hot Coals, 3 mana, deal 2 damage to all enemies. If your hero took damage this turn, deal 1 more. Pretty nice AoE for DH.
Yeah, it's good for DH. It's the excavate spell almost.
But it's bad in Priest, I think. I think it has no space in Priest.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure this is the way you want to play DH, but other than that, I think I'd give it a 2 because it's good in DH for sure, but I'm not sure that's the way you want to play DH. But it makes a lot of sense in the fatigue deck that you just described.
Yeah, it was really good in that. It was just clear the board quite easily. One of the problems though I had with the deck when I was playing it is that you'd have the draw weapon up, the 4 mana one, and you'd want to trigger this, but you don't want to swing with the weapon. And there wasn't like a great way to actually deal damage to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
That was a definite issue.
Mm.
I give it a 2.
I give it a 3.
All right.
Have
Rest
Pahoni
in
card.
peace. 3 mana. Each player summons their highest cost minion that died this game. 3 mana summon an Aemon Tool. Or a Ziliax or something.
Ziliax. I mean,
Yeah.
if it's not great to summon a Ziliax if you also summon a Ziliax for your opponent. But I mean,
Yeah,
summoning
that is true.
summoning Yogg's kind of good because you can just steal their biggest minion straight away.
Well, one potentially relevant thing is you can use this to resummon high value minions for your opponent and then use the location, the puppet theater.
Oh yeah, true. Puppet Theater pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this seems
But,
pretty
I don't
good
know.
in Control Priest.
You
Do you think
convincing
it's a
me.
2 of?
Mm,
That's what I'm
I
not
mean,
sure
it's
about.
a
Or if you
one-off,
maybe.
right? The 2-off is
I
the
was
puppet
thinking.
theater inside the ETC.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
It definitely has some use. It's just like for a while it's going to sit in your hand, right? And not very good until like turn 10-ish, maybe.
I've had
8.
games where your opponent just doesn't play a minion, and then this resurrects my biggest minion, which was usually a 4/4, and then at that point it was bad. But
Mhm.
I don't know. I don't hate it, but like, seems fringe, right? At best.
Yeah.
It's like kind of good once you've already done something good.
Yeah.
So yeah. I played it in the Fatigue DH as well, one off, just to resummon the thing, but it
So you
wasn't
can get-
entirely necessary, I'd say. But there were sometimes I had to tempo it,
Mhm.
and then you could
Dirty
res it.
rat protection.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the chance of getting dirty rat meta with some of the stuff we're gonna get to later?
I mean, it's already a dirty matter. People love running rats. There will be some
true.
for sure.
Mm.
All right. Let's move on.
I'll give it 2. Yeah.
Oh, I like that the summons Hadanis. I'll give this a 2 actually.
Hadanis.
Yeah, there's some.
Oh yeah.
There's some super stupid thing that you can do in Overheal Priest with a card that we're getting to next.
Oh, see, if you had 2 of these, you've Hadanis, they kill it, and then you double Rest in Peace. Oh god.
Well, I mean, like the thing is, like you don't have to double, but just having one of them either gets you the 3/7 back or the Hadanis to clear boards, and right,
Yeah.
and then at the same time, like you can play Hadanis and you don't need to UTK them. You can finish the job later.
Yeah, that's quite nice. I mean,
And
the fact
this
that
card
it
is
comes
really
back
good
full
in-
house.
The Narain that's up next that Banter has in a second, that's insane in Overheal Priest.
All right. Well, Narain, Sooth Fancy. 4 mana 4/4 Battlecry. Get 2 fortunes that are copies of the top card of your deck. So this goes in your hand and then it just changes every turn. Right? I haven't actually seen it played, but it's just basically you know what you're gonna draw, I guess. Like, which doesn't really matter, but and then you can. Well, I mean, sometimes it could matter, but you basically just get an extra copy of a potentially very good card. Seems strong. I haven't seen it. Have you guys seen it played?
I played with it.
Played once. I've also played it once.
I played with it and it was not that good. I was playing like a slow control priest with 2 ofs, so it was kind of a bad deck. But I played this and then it showed me a card and I was like, great, my next turn I'm drawing this crap. That's all it did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I use it together with Marin to know when to Marin.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of fun.
Also, I had an Ignis on top of my deck, so I forged the turn before to play the Ignis right away. So it did help me in the game. I played it only once, but it did help me. And like I said, I think it's It's also really good in Zarimi, please, because it has the chance to give you 2 additional dragons, because you're kind of struggling to get the 8 dragons right now. Obviously, mega insane if you get a Thirsty Drifter on top of your deck.
I
it will also...
don't think this is going in Zarimi Bruised. This is a 4 mana
I don't
4/4.
think so either. Yeah, it costs 4. It's so
I
expensive.
do actually think it does, because it's like so hard to get the like requirement done. But I mean,
I feel like it's harder if you take a turn
Yeah.
to play. Like, I know that you can get more dragons, but
yeah,
you gotta take
maybe.
a turn to play this. But I mean, I'm sure it'll see play. It's the type of card people will definitely play, even if it's not good.
Yeah, I think so.
It seems alright.
But yeah,
I don't think it's crazy.
for sure, it's really good in Overkill. The only problem is, like I said, it's a 4/4. So if you want to rest in peace your Hadanas, then this will be an issue. But yeah, having access to like multiple cookies or multiple ways of like
Multiple cookies.
what is it?
Oh.
Funnel cakes.
Oh, funnel. Yeah, but like
Yeah.
the thing is, you have to have it on the top of your deck, and if you're drawing funnel cake next turn, you're happy with that deck anyway. I feel like you don't need the additional high roll of having it 3 times. Like the baseline of you actually drawing well is all the Overhill Priest needs. It doesn't really help in that regard, I feel like.
Okay.
I'll give it a 3.
Oh, I was between a 2 and a 1, but I think it will see play for sure. Even like you were saying with that, I think Control Priest players would love this kind of card.
Yeah.
It's all going in their deck. I'll give it a 2 because it's definitely seen play, but I don't think it's that good.
Sure.
But I think like the main problem is this, like it's giving you value, but it's not different value to what you were getting. It's just like repeating it, and it's not like one that you choose. It's just a bit random. So the times it's useful, it's great, but maybe you don't need like the card multiple times. But when your top deck's a brick, it doesn't help you in any way. It's kind of like it doesn't really give you any value at all. If that makes sense. Like it's not like it's drawing 2 cards or gaining copies of cards you want necessarily. I don't know. I'll give it a 2 though.
Alright. Okay. Sauna regular, 5 mana, 5/5 taunt, costs 1 less for each time your hero has taken damage on your turn. I don't know. I mean,
that's a lot of
how
times.
often do you actually?
Okay, hear me out. Someone told me this. Someone told me this. This is gonna blow your mind. We play Mad Bomber on 2. All right. Boom, boom, boom.
Okay, it's a 1.
I was gonna give this a 2, but now I think I want to give this a 1.
No, trust me, it works every time. Mad Bomber on 2.
Thank you. Moving on.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'll give it a 1. Right.
Okay.
Sensory Deprivation, 6 mana. Summon a copy of an enemy minion. If you have 20 or less health, destroy the original.
Bruh. Do we have to talk about this?
That's it. It's almost in vanilla half sense, almost a mind control. But
okay, cool.
Not really.
It's good on Titans. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good on Titans, that's it.
Cool.
Alright, 1?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably.
Alright. Twilight Medium, 6 mana, 5/6 taunt, battle cry, set the cost of the top card of your deck to 1. Ooh, it's got synergy with the 4 mana guy. You can choose which one you want to be 1.
Yeah, I tried that. The problem I had is that you play this on 6, so you can't even play the things you set to 1. You have to play it on like 9 or something, or 8 on 10, 8 plus to get the value out of that.
Is it just bad?
It's pretty expensive. 6 mana to make something 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll pass.
It does come with a 5/6 body, you know, with taunt. But that's kind of not what it used to be.
Yeah. Alright, 1.
I think it's kind of bad, actually, yeah.
Alright. Well,
1
that's
for
priest
me.
done.
Oh,
And
nice. I
then
don't think
Hunter
priest. I don't think priest got a great set for itself, to be honest.
Yeah.
No,
It's
they
one of
make
those,
more
like-
use of the hunter cards. The hunter cards are
Yeah.
really nice in priest. I'll be right back
Yep.
though. 1 minute.
Alright.
Okay, I'm gonna get a drink too, and then we'll start again.
Sure. Priest got 2 cards, yeah. We can look at some of the... I didn't get a chance to look at the chat ratings for those. See what you guys gave them. Did we do any different? I'm trying to think about the cards that I rated differently from you guys. Oh, you guys like this more. Looks like you guys agree with me on everything, which means you're pretty smart. How many have we got through? I think 3. We did DK, DH. Oh, wait, no, 4. Shaman? We did Shaman, I believe. Kind of hard to tell because we're like jumping around, but yeah. I think we're making reasonable time. How long? I don't know how long we've been going because I started my stream later or earlier. No, we haven't done it.
Hour 45 minutes maybe.
Oh, dude, we're making okay.
We're
Yeah,
good
I mean,
time.
we're doing yeah, good stuff. No, I don't think we're going to do rogue now. We're doing what are we?
Hunter. Hunter, yeah. What time is it there? It's like
For me, 4.
4 a.m. Okay.
Yeah,
Damn.
prime time.
Yeah. What's been your favorite set so far? Mine, of course, is
Like out of the ones we've talked about, you mean?
yeah, the ones we've talked about.
I mean, honestly, they're all kind of like somewhat middle of the pack / worse ones, I think. I guess probably DH, maybe, just for a few of the cards they got.
Hello.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Hello.
they've all been kind of like a bunch of average cards and then maybe 1 or 2 standouts. But I think the next one will maybe be a bit better, potentially.
Ja, guck mal, da ist der Papa den PC. Hm? Der spricht gerade mit anderen Leuten. Ja. Das ist.
Oh, Mini Hopper
Soll
there.
ich mal rübernehmen? Zip, zip.
New recruit, yeah. Guys, there'll be a Hearthstone prodigy coming through soon.
Das ist der Staubsauger. You guys can already start with next. Just entertaining my daughter for like 5 minutes. So if you want to get started with the next 3 cards, you can just do that.
Alrighty. Alright, I guess I'll take Catch of the Day then. Catch of the Day. So 1 mana, 3/3. Summon a 2/1 worm for your opponent, beast. So there's some synergies in Hunter for like resummoning 1-cost cards, pulling them out of your deck with the weapon. At its baseline, it's kind of a 3/1.
Right.
You
Much
can
better
trade.
when you pull it with the weapon.
Yeah, I mean you can trade higher priority targets. if need be. It's
Yeah.
alright. It's not like insane. There might be better 1-drops you want to use with the weapon, especially in Priest, but it's alright.
Yeah, I think it's pretty weapon dependent on if you play this card. I do think you probably only play it with the weapon.
Yeah.
I mean, there's like Ziliac stuff, like it's 2 minions for 1 mana.
That's true.
Not
Yeah.
the worst. So I don't think it's complete trash.
Seems like a
I think
2
it's
to me.
probably like yeah, it does feel like a 2.
It's like fine. Might see some play. Alright. Next, we have Bird Watching. 2 mana, discover a minion from your deck. Give all copies +2/+1 wherever they are. This one, I feel like is very good in Priest. Find your clergies.
Automatons.
Automatons, if you go in that route too. I mean, I loved the Whelp Wrangler or whatever it was called. What was it called? Something Wrangler. I love that card. That was a lot of fun.
Warsong Wrangler?
Warsong, yeah, Warsong Wrangler. Yeah. So I'm happy they're printing that one again. This cool one. This is obviously any minion from your deck, so the pool's a bit broader. You maybe have to do some deck building tricks to make this more consistent. But I think it's a pretty good card. It buffs anything on board if you get another copy of it. You don't like it?
I mean, I'm trying to like. Do you play this with Creation Protocol, or are you playing it over? Because I don't think you're playing it over Creation Protocol.
I think it depends on the deck. If you're a slow deck, you want the Protocol. If you're a faster deck, I think this is better. I mean, most fast decks don't really run the Creation, other than Overhill Priest. So don't know.
You could play both and have like a lot of minion searching stuff, right? I guess you could do that in Overheal because you only run, was it like 5 minions or 6 minions or something?
Yeah.
And you have a lot of consistency to find the 3/7. Could maybe see that. Yeah, I don't hate it. I don't think it's like great. For me, it's like a 2.
I want to give it a 3. I think it's really quite good in an aggro Priest with the funnel cakes and stuff. Like,
sure.
Yeah, you can have the weapon to summon the stuff your 1-drops, and then you play this to find like the other one buff the one you got on board quite easily. It seemed good to me. Like the difference between this and the Creation Protocol is it's actually a lot of tempo. Like, especially if you get both of them out, it's like +4, +2. I just think it's a big deal.
Okay, sure.
I'm giving it a 3.
Alright. Sticking with the 2.
Alright, next we have a new location, Parrot Sanctuary. 2 mana, your next battle cry minion costs 1 less. After you play a battle cry minion, reopen this. Dude, I played against Zet a lot in the theory crafting. Oh, Bunny's back. I need to unmute him.
You didn't want to hear my daughter talk, blah blah blah.
I've been called out. I played against Zet a lot in the theory crafting, and he played this on like 2, and every turn he played a battle cry, but he never pressed the button.
Wait, what?
Yeah, because if the curve's already filled out, then you don't press it.
Yeah, the curve was filled out.
What is nice about this though is you can place this on 2, and then you can press it on 4 again. You can, like, for example, play 6 mana card as well, also cheap. Like you can also have 2 discounts on the same card. You just have to wait a little bit. I think it's fine.
Right.
Like for me, this card was pretty good.
Is it a combo card? Like, are we setting something up with this with the discount?
No, it was just really nice in Control Priest because you usually don't do anything on 2, and like You can do this on 2, and you have like Love Everlasting. You get like Marin out earlier and other like turbo plays like this.
I guess you get Elise out early. That's kind of insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it
Okay.
just in Highlander Priestess did really, really well for me.
What other battle cries? Is the Marin, the Elise? I guess.
Marin, Elise, Ignis, and you have like you have too many cards in that deck in your hand anyway, so you're basically playing like it's kind of like, I mean, you spend 2 mana, sure, but you get to innovate 3 times.
Yeah.
So that is often pretty good. Or you just play this into like ETC. It's just kind of felt worth it.
Yeah, I
I'll
can
give
see
it
it.
2.
Like, to me, it felt good. Like, I'd give it a 3. But
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't really see any much use for it in Hunter itself, though.
yeah, I mean, it gets a Grift out on 3 as well, which is nice.
Yeah.
Grift
I guess
are a good card, for sure.
If you got like 1-drops, with Battle Cry, I guess you can play them for free.
Yeah, like I said, it works well in a card where your hand is too full anyway, and that Highlander Priest is definitely a deck where your hand is always too full with like randomly generated Garble.
Sure. Okay.
Right.
Moving on. Pet Parrot. 2 mana, 1/1. Battle Cry. Repeat the last 1-cost card you played. So obvious synergy with the Catch of the Day.
Automatons.
It's an automaton card, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it has some usage other than that as well, but
I played it to get extra clergies and funnel cakes. But I think I must have got lucky when I played this, because I put it between 2 clergies after I played a funnel cake, and it funnel caked the parrot. But I think the battle cry is just random where it goes, so it could have hit anything.
Yes,
but
for sure, it is.
In that moment, it was great.
Yeah.
Do you think Automaton Priest is good?
I don't think Automaton Priest is good. You have, I mean, there's some other usage as well when you with the, I think with the location, right? You can get 2 mana cards to cost 1. I don't know if that works.
It doesn't work, no.
Okay.
I tried to make it resummon a Ziliax, and it did not work.
Oh, okay. Then it's even worse.
I'll give it a 2.
Yeah.
Give it a 1.
2.
Chat gave it a 3.38. What? Okay.
Chat loved it. Alright, we've got Chatty Macaw next. 3 mana, 3/3 Beast Pirate. Battle Cry, repeat the last spell you cast at an enemy. At a random enemy if possible. So this only repeats targeted spells. There are a couple in this set. 5 mana 1 and a 6 mana 1 that you can repeat with it. But other than that, there's not a whole lot in the Hunter set. For Priest, there's the Shade Leaf, I guess.
Yeah, Shade Leaf, Grifter Spells, Smite. That kind of stuff.
Sounds kind of eh.
Sounds a bit niche. It's random where it goes to. Don't love it, honestly.
Really...
Seems a bit bad.
Not really a card I would want to play.
No.
Same.
I'll give it a 1. I just don't think it's very good.
Okay.
Good one.
Alright, next we've got the weapon, the Trusty Fishing Rod. 3 mana 1/2. After your hero attacks, summon a 1-cost minion from your deck. A lot of applications for this. Amalgam decks want to run it, if that's a thing. Automaton decks. And then just I guess hunter decks in general with like the secret guy, it's not too bad. Catch of the day, and then in priest you've got obviously the clergy decks. Maybe Zarimi kind of style priest isn't too bad. Also, like you invest this, you swing, then you get your clergy out, and then you can do your bullshit turn.
Yeah. I mean, for Zarimi specifically, wait, is Zarimi summon? It is summon, right?
It's summon, yeah, it's summon.
Yeah, it's summon.
Okay. Yeah, when I first saw it revealed, I thought this was terrible because I mean it's a 3-mana 1/2, but then I played with it and it actually felt pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good.
I mean, yeah,
it's like a boogie down, really. Almost. The old one.
Almost. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe worse, but almost.
I do like
Maybe
this.
a little
I think it's a good card.
Yeah, definitely better than I thought.
Actually giving this a 3, even though that might be hyper overrating it.
I want to give it a 3 as well. I just remember the game I played against Baby Bear with this, and I did some disgusting things with like a Zarimi style priest.
Sure.
It was super consistent.
Getting clergy out is quite
good. And even summoning the 1/2 that buffs your other stuff, you can just play a bunch of minions afterwards.
Oh yeah. That's true.
I'll give it a 3.
Okay, you guys talked me up. I'm giving it a 3.
Okay, next we have Death Roll. 5 mana, destroy an enemy minion, deal damage equal to its attack, randomly split amongst all enemies.
Costs 5.
It's a lot of mana, dude.
It's so much mana.
Is priest
so much less mana when you have
yeah. Did Hunter get the priest tax? What happened here?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, that's the weird part. The way that, like, I know this expansion works, you have to put certain cards in other classes, so that they then don't get used by the class that actually. So if you would actually put this in priest, you could have played this in demon hunter. Therefore, you have to put it in hunter. Like this kind of logic. I feel like it's what they've done with a lot of cards. Is they have to put it in the class 1 over, so it doesn't get used up with the tourist for interactions that they don't want in other classes.
I give it a 1.
I think it's a 2.
I don't think a hunter's playing this, are they?
For sure not. It's a priest card.
Yeah, I'll give it. I don't even priest wants that. I'll give it a 1.
I don't think they do.
Alright, next we have Furious Fowls. 6 mana, choose an enemy, summon 2 3/2 birds with immune while attacking to attack it. It's kind of
costs 6.
Kind of expensive, right?
Does anybody like this card? If no, maybe we can skip it. I think
I was trying to compare it to like similar ones, like that Fell Spell that deals 5 and summons a 5-drop. But like that one, you also blast them for a million. So I don't.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
I don't see this at all, really. I'd give it a 1.
Yeah.
Maybe if it's 5 mana, sure. All right. We got Ranger Gilly. 6 mana, 4/6 Warrior Tourist. At the end of your turn, get a 2/3 Crocolisk. Death Rattle, give all minions in your hand +2/+3. And this is the Island Crocolisk.
It's so bad.
Yeah. It goes in your hand.
So bad. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be on board. But
no, in your hand. So you can hand buff it when it dies.
It's so bad, dude.
I feel like the card itself might be the worst tourist, and there's like do you want the warrior cards? Like, well, okay, actually,
no, you do,
there's
man.
one warrior card.
Yeah, you 100% do.
There's one. that I really want.
Yeah, the drink.
I don't
And
know.
that's
Well,
it.
the drink,
I guess
yeah.
I guess
and,
two.
and the draw card. The drink and
It's
the draw
that
card.
and the draw. So I guess you have to play it for that, but it's so bad.
It's so bad, yeah.
I mean, you ran Maestra in your decks. You're running this in your deck. We're getting over
No,
it. The
I
card is terrible.
I tweeted a picture of a board that I made on turn 3 with, or actually no, I think it was turn 2, maybe.
It's
with-
turn 3.
Yeah.
I remember you had 3 mana.
Was it turn 3? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like I had like 11 8s and 7 9 or something. Like you can do crazy stuff with the concierge plus the other thing.
Yeah. But this card
Yeah.
sucks, but you have to play it. I don't know. Oh, am I giving it a 2? I guess so.
I'm giving it a 3 because like it goes into your hunter decks. I think it goes into like
Yeah.
every one of your like aggressive hunter decks.
Yeah, that
But,
is true.
Yeah, I guess.
It's like Maestra's terrible. Sure, we get it. Maestra by
Mhm.
itself is also 1. Right? It's a razor from
Alright,
the
yeah, okay,
but
I'll give it a 3 then.
It was a 4. So, in reality, I think this is a 3.
Yeah, I'll give it
yeah.
a 3 for that reason.
Okay. And then finally, we've got the Sasquatch. 7 mana, 4/5 beast. Battlecry repeat each card you played last turn.
Priest card.
There's Mystery Egg.
Yeah, you got the egg stuff in Hunter. I didn't try that. This didn't feel like a particularly good card in like just aggro Hunter. It seemed pretty terrible. It has to be like
You put this in like Highlander Hunter, and then you don't want to have like only just King Plush as a payoff, so you put in the second card, right? So that like for the Mystery Egg, you have like multiple possible payoffs. So if you draw your patches, you don't completely get screwed. This is the way I'm thinking
Sure.
about this, at least.
yeah.
And then the deck's still probably a tier 4, maybe tier 3. But yeah. I don't think you want to like. Do you want to play some priest? Like hell no.
You don't?
Amanthor number 2.
No, who cares?
Amandul, Yogg,
The AoE spell.
There's no way. I'd
6
rather
mana
play
AoE
the
spell.
Rest in Peace spell than play this, because
Yeah,
play
true.
like this is another card that makes my Elise worse and stuff like this.
Ooh, I guess it is bad with Elise.
Dude, I don't want to do this. Like,
Do you get an extra puppet theater, man?
Ooh.
dude, I can just. I mean,
Ooh.
I want to leave
You play
fine.
you play a 10 mana weapon, it gets vipered, and then you replay it.
Yeah. That's not too bad either.
I mean, like technically, but no.
I'm thinking maybe the priest guys will play it, but it might not be that great. I'll give it a 2.
I gave it a
Between
1.
a 2 and a 3. I'll give it a 2.
So now we jump to Warrior.
Yeah.
Whose turn is it?
One of your
I think it's
turns.
you.
Okay, dude, this will be fast. Okay, first we have Cup of Muscle, which is a 1 mana card drink. So you have 3 charges of it. Give a minion in your hand +2/+1. I don't think you play this. I mean, this is clearly a card that is made to be played with Concierge. You put this in Hunter with Concierge, and it goes turbo hard with what
Mantle Shaper.
Banter just described, where you discount your 5 mana 5/5s that get cheaper for every spell you've played. And just generally with Concierge, this is really good. So I think this card's a 3. I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah, that is good. One of the problems though with that deck is like you don't actually want any other cards really from Warrior. So the Concierge literally has this only as the target. Is that enough? Just for the high roll?
Oh, there's one more. The card draw that tutors the minions.
Yeah. But that doesn't go well with the Concierge.
So what I saw...
it tutors Concierge.
Somebody else proposed was that you could play the guy that gives you... Death Rattle gives you a random drink.
Oh, yeah.
Because on average, the random drink you get is decent with the Concierge.
Yeah. But that's also a tribal thing, so it makes your 3 mana thing maybe not draw
Yeah.
what you want.
Yeah. That was an issue I had with it.
Okay.
I mean, this is obviously it's a nutty high roll start, so. And I think people will probably play it. I'll give it a 3.
I'll give this a 3. I think the card itself is really good along with that.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you spend mana on it, like when you have like a Leroy in hand as a finisher or something, it can be quite strong. So
then next up we have 3 mana All You Can Eat, which is just a spell that says draw 3 minions of different minion types. I think this is the best warrior card they printed. I think this is insane in Odin Warrior, together with the 1 mana 2/1 Naga, other removal spells. Like, it's good in every warrior deck, and it's I think also good in every hunter deck. So I think this is the best card that warrior got. I'm giving it a 4.
yeah.
Yeah, actually, that's a fair point.
Pretty much every time I played this card in either warrior or hunter, it just felt good. Like you tutor specific minions, you can build your deck around it. It draws 3. I think it's just kind of always good.
It was great in my amalgam warrior that I played. Always found the amalgam, which actually it wasn't too bad of a deck, I'd say.
I'll give it a 4.
Okay, everybody thinks it's a 4. Then we have Boot Fight, 3 mana. Summon a 0/6 entree for your opponent. When it dies, summon a minion from your deck. So it's a 3 mana 0/6. Death until your opponent summons a minion from their deck. This is supposed to kind of like go into Big Warrior, I guess. But you still have to deal 6 damage to it, which I feel like is a lot. And then it can get shadow stepped or buffed or whatever, and then you might never kill it. I think it's a 1.
Yeah. You played some Big Warrior. Was it any good?
I deleted it after like 2 games.
Oh.
Okay.
I mean, the problem is it's really not that easy to kill. Like, you kind of need to have like goggle or like basically shield slam plus a way to gain armor, or like 2-turn it with a weapon.
Brawl? Did you play Brawl?
Yeah, but I did play, or I think I played Gift. I don't know if hard run Brawl, but even if you hard run Brawl, it's like it's on 5. So
well, I guess the idea would be like you play this before, and then opponent makes a board, and then you brawl it and summon a minion. It's okay.
What if it wins the Brawl?
Yeah, you never kill it.
I just don't think it works.
I'm gonna give it.
I mean, that's not going to be a deck as a Big Warrior.
No,
I don't think so. Not with this, at least.
3 mana 2/4. Tradable Taunt. Whenever you draw this, get a copy of it, and I mean that's in your hand. This is terrible. It's a 1. I would like to move on.
No, wait. I need to complain. Okay, I made the deck with this, right, and it didn't even work. I played the Druid card that discounts Taunt that you draw. When you draw this from that, you get a 1-cost one and a 3-cost one. It doesn't even work properly.
All right.
It's cool. It was so annoying, and the same for like Chorus Riff. Oh, it was annoying.
All right.
Oh, give it a 1.
Okay. And then we have Char. 4 mana fire spell, deal 7 damage to a minion. Give a minion in your hand stats equal to the excess damage.
Turbo 1. Turbo 1.
Dude.
Okay.
It's worse than the helm that they put in the mini set that was unplayable.
Yeah, never gets played.
Right. Okay, I'll let chat type a 1 real quick. There we go. Somebody type a 1 so I can record it. Because you guys are so smart. Perfect, thank you. Undercooked Calamari. 4 mana 3/4 battle cry, destroy an enemy minion with attack less than or equal to this minion's. Man, somehow this card feels like it's 2000 and I don't know, 20 or something like this.
Yeah.
It was really good in Arena when I played it, but it
doesn't feel like a constructed 2024 card. I'm sorry.
It doesn't.
Like it kills someone to an XD.
Yeah, I put it in a hunter with the bird that draws a beast and buffs. It was like okay, but
nice.
It was.
All right.
I don't think we're gonna run it. I'll give it a 1.
Moving on.
All right.
Okay. Then we have Oh, maybe this is actually the best warrior card
Yeah,
because it actually
by
gives you
far.
access to good cards.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. 6 mana 3/3 Ham the Hungry Druid Tourist taunt at the end of your turn. Eat the minion in the enemy's deck to gain +2/+2. So it's a 6 mana 5/5 taunt that lets us play Druid cards.
Yeah, it could be
I think-
a 10 mana 1/1, giving it a 4.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I don't even think it's the 6 mana like eating minions.
I mean, it does. It gives you an out, I guess, against some decks.
Yeah, it gives you some out against what like
Sith Mage or something, or
Yeah.
Paladin, yeah, something like that.
But yeah, mostly gives you Druid cards. So
Yeah.
okay, then we have the Right Cleaver. Battle Cry and Death Rattle, get a slice of bread, and it's a 7 mana 4/2 weapons, and then you sandwich the minions in between. The first game that I played during theory crafting, I played against Ruffle. He had 9 cards in hand. Then I gave him a card. Then he attacked with it, and then he conceded.
The first game I played with this in theory crafting, I summoned like 5 minions on turn 5 from it. I was like, this is broken. And then I played with it like 4 more games, and I didn't draw all you can eat. And I died every time with this, like, with an empty sandwich.
Oof.
Yeah, I was actually when the card came down, I was kind of scared. I was like, no, what's it gonna do? Are they gonna play like the 1 mana thing that gives you all the the taunt cards in your hand? Yeah, and then I was like, damn, if that comes down, I insta lose stuff like this.
So what did you cheat it out with the 2 mana Druid spell? Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You trail mix it, and then like you can play. I played instrument tech to just to make sure.
Yeah.
I played 2 techs, guarantee it in my hand. I trail mix it out. The problem is you kind of have to ramp it out against a lot of decks for it to be quick enough, I think. And then you have to have the card draw with it.
Did you play the
like
taunt generator one?
The what?
The 1 mana spell that generates the taunt.
No, I didn't play the pack. They wanted me to play I'm not playing the pack. I just played Quality Assurance instead, which is better because you draw your Ziliax and your Whale or whatever. But I don't. I think that there's just better things to ramp into, right? I mean,
the next
Odin.
guy that played against me played this on turn 5, I think, and then I coined because I was a druid, obviously had a lot of mana. I played Tsunami, and that was the end of that story. Every time this card got played against me in theory crafting was sadness. I'm giving this a 1.
Yeah, it's just so much mana. I'll give it a 1 too. Funny card, but terrible.
Then we have
I'll give it a 1.
Draconic Delicacy. It's an 8 mana 6/6 rush elusive, can only take 1 damage at a time. I actually think this card might not be super terrible because of how good it is with Chemical Spell.
That was
yeah, it's all right with that. But like, what deck is running this and Chemical Spell?
Ziliax, basically.
The Ziliax deck. Is it that hard to get the Ziliax in your hand though?
The problem is though, like
No.
you have the
Ziliax
Dr.
deck,
Boom.
you
always run Dr. Boom as well.
Yeah.
So. I don't know. Like it's interesting. I feel like because it's rush elusive and can only take 1 damage, so it's like really really hard to remove once it does hit the board.
And
I think it's probably just a 1. It'd be like I think I'd be coping myself into a 2.
It's not got Taunt or Lifesteal or Poisonous or Reborn.
Yeah.
And I don't resummon it 50 times. So we're not cheating it out with the spell.
Yeah. I played with it quite a bit during theory crafting, and I was either running it into a 0/1 frog half the time, or the first time I played with it, I traded it in and then cast Hydration Station, thinking that it was going to revive it because I thought it had Taunt. And I summoned 1 minion, and I was really sad. I was like, okay, maybe I don't play this.
All right, and then
I'll give it a
last
one.
we have Monstrosity, which is a 9-mana 6/9 taunt. At the end of your turn, summon an elemental with stats equal to this minion's. Do we have to talk about this really? I don't think we do. I think
I
Big
also
Warrior
tried
doesn't
this.
work. I think
Did not work.
most warrior cards are just garbage. But you play Ham, and then you get Druid cards, and then you draw 3, and then suddenly Control Warrior is nutty.
Yeah.
Yeah. You summon it with Horson.
Yeah. Horson's the only thing for this one. In Hunter too,
Yeah.
maybe, but
Mhm.
but I don't
Actually,
know.
maybe for Hunter. Yeah.
I don't know.
All right,
It's kind of terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
the thing that you summon doesn't have taunt or attack or anything. It's just some stats.
Yep.
It's just some stats.
I saw you playing it with Banter. Every time you summoned it, I was expecting the 6/9 to attack something.
Yeah.
It just didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Like, wait, what?
Oh,
All right.
unlucky.
All right, give it a
so
1.
now we're going to good cards, aka Druid.
Yes.
Druid
It's the first
time.
time Druid got good cards, though.
What?
Exactly.
All right. Druid. Let's go. All right. Trail Mix. 2 mana. Gain 2 mana crystals next turn only. It's so flexible. It was even powerful. It was better than I thought it would be. Because like I feel like in a lot of situations I was thinking it might just be worse than Innervate, because you do have to set it up, right? It's a bad top deck a lot of the time, but I mean there's just so many things you can cheat out.
I like it cheats out like either Doomkin or Crystal Cluster quite easily.
Yeah. I mean, basically, like you can name any card that you can ramp into with it, and I think you're like you cheat out Ziliax, you cheat out, the 6 mana cards. In Warrior, you cheat out Odin. There's the whole like Druid combo thing, which you can gain the extra 2 mana to do. It's gotta just be good, right?
Yeah. It seems pretty good.
Yeah. I'll give it a 4.
I think I'll give it a 3.
Sure.
I want to save. I want to save my 4th for a certain card.
I think it's worse than Overbloom.
Lightning Bloom.
Lightning Bloom. Yeah.
Lightning Bloom.
Yeah, I mean it must be. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean Lightning Bloom was pretty insane, but yeah.
I mean, Lightning Bloom did get nerfed, right?
Yeah.
Eventually, yeah. It took a long time to. All right.
All right. Hiking Trail. 3 mana location. Discover a taunt minion after you gain armor. Reopen this. That's 3 charges. Is anybody playing this? Can we just,
just
skip it? We play the real card. Yeah.
It's so bad.
Yep. 1.
1, yeah.
All right. Is Bunny there?
Do you know I like do you know what they did with the reveal season? The first 2 cards they revealed was this location and the Cruise Captain Laura.
The 7. Yep.
The 2 complete trash cards. And I knew the whole Druid set at this point. I'd already seen it, and I was just silently Pepe laughing at people thinking that Druid was going to be bad.
It was pretty good in Dragon Druid, right? Because you discover a bunch of like really good taunts while you're Dragon Druid. Like I guess
you don't. Huh?
Just discovers neutrals, right?
Yeah. There's no class preference. So you just get neutrals. If it was class cards, it'd be something else, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, if it was class card, thank you. I'll take 3 extra 5.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move on. New Heights. 3 mana. Increase your maximum mana by 3 and gain an empty mana crystal. So it's Wild Growth with with Guff.
Yeah. I think this is probably going to be like the highest community rated card of the set, I imagine.
Maybe.
I think it's the one that
Probably.
I don't think it is the best card up, but
Yeah,
it's the one that most people will rate as the highest, I think. Like,
hold up, there will be a druid that won't play this.
oh no, I think the dragon druid won't play it. The one that we have now. They already have Malfurion's Gift and the
The spell power druid won't play this. Because they just
Yes.
way too early.
Yeah, they won't play either.
You don't need to ramp. And the gift is way better because it's either ramp or swipe
Right.
for that deck. So I think there's actually 2 druid decks that don't play this, which is hilarious.
But Warrior will definitely play it. Highlander Druid Assassin will play it. But
Warrior's desperate. They're not Druid, you know? They have to like work hard to get their good access to their good cards. They're not Druid. They don't get them by the bunch.
Yeah.
So are we saying that Druids don't play it?
No, they will. It's just not all Druids, but I'm sure there will be Druids that do. Especially like you can do it with Trog. With that.
I mean, the card's still nuts. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying that I'll give this a 3 because there's Druids that won't play this.
Yeah, I'd give it 3 as well. I think Warrior. It's for Warrior. I'm bumping to 3. I think I could honestly give it a 2 if it was only a Druid card. Because yeah, a lot of the times it's the wild growth.
Sure. Tortollan Traveler, 3 mana, 1/5, taunt, death rattle, draw another taunt minion, reduce its cost by 2. So Ziliax is like the main thing.
Yeah. These things are really good.
Anything else?
Well, I played it in my Amalgam Warrior, and it was really good.
It's so weird, right? Because like, it looks so good, but then at the same time, there's so many other nutty cards that I might want to include over this.
I'm kind of in the same boat. It actually didn't feel as insane as I thought it might, just when I saw it and when I was playing it. But I mean, just the Ziliax thing alone. Even to draw the Zilly?
No. I'm just the Zilly I did from Flower Child. It's fine. Who cares? And Warrior, I'm not running it because I'm running all you can eat. So like I actually don't think you run like I don't think I'm running this in any of my decks. I'll still give this a 2 because people.
I don't know. I want to give it a 3. Like you run this, and Ziliax. Is that bad? This draws the other one of these. You get a 1 mana, 1/5.
What is draw another taunt minion?
It says draw another.
Oh, you can't get the same one.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm pretty
that
sure
would have been really good.
Itself.
Okay, that changes it then. I played the whole time in Theory Crafting thinking it could draw itself.
Has it ever drawn itself?
No, but I was unlucky. I was really unlucky, dude.
Alright, I give this a 2.
I'll give it a 2 as well.
I'll give it a 3.
Alright. Dozing Dragon, 5 mana, 3/5, dormant for 2 turns. While dormant, summon a 3/5 dragon with taunt at the end of your turn. That's a lot of stats.
This does not have taunt.
It does not. But
when you look at it, you think it does.
2,
yeah.
Right, yeah. The first 2 do.
Do we not like this?
It's Wild Paw Cavern for 5 mana, isn't it?
With taunt, but without freeze.
Yes.
And it's dragon.
Yeah, I mean it is Wild Paw Caverns, but it has a like. If this having the dragon tag is highly relevant because that deck, instead of running Take to the Skies, you would rather run another dragon. And if your Wild Paw Caverns also reduced your 9 mana 4/12 taunt rush lifesteal minion by 3.
That
would also be kind of dope.
Yep. I mean, going Splish Splash into this seems kind of insane. Or just anything in the ramp, really.
Or Trail Mix, is that, would you do that? Trail Mix
I mean,
and
it's
2?
like,
Yeah, I mean,
it's a 2-mana 3/5, you
Yeah.
know? Plus 5. I mean, not really, but
Yeah.
kinda. Like, a lot of games against aggro end because you can play Fi early. And this lets you get there, I think.
Okay.
Not like Druid
mean,
ever
this
had
is-
a problem against aggro recently, anyway.
I mean, against like DH or something, I think it's kind of just like destroys DH, for example, which sometimes would kill you early enough. You trail mix into this, they can't get through.
Are you giving it a 3? I think I want to give it a 2.
I think I'm gonna give it a 3.
Yeah, I'll give it a 3, and I'm probably overrating it.
All right.
I don't think Cavern would be that insane right now. By the way.
Cavern's also nice because you bloom it out on turn 1.
Right. And then when you couldn't do that, it was very average.
Exactly, yeah.
All right. Mista Vista, 5-mana 5/5, Mage Tourist, Battle Cry. In 3 turns, replay every spell you've cast between now and then. So it's a tourist.
I mean, it's going into the Mage when you have something that's definitely going to get nerfed. So
Yep. I think by default this has to be a 4 because this does get nerfed within a week. I mean, not this, but the Mage cards.
deck, yeah, it's definitely
The one that made somebody quit.
Yeah, it made
that one.
That is one of the most savage comments I've ever read from John Bray. I was like, not quite sure if I understood the concept, the context at the start, but then when you realize that, I thought you were just memeing because he had -1 Hearthstone player, and then
he genuinely quit, and in his video where he was saying he quit, he had a clip of Tic Tac killing him. It was the same clip actually, but just from his perspective.
That's kind of rough, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
4.
Yeah. How good is the effect, by the way? We haven't talked about it at all.
I don't really care about the effect.
It never
sometimes
happens.
it'll be good. Yeah. 3. Well, in that deck for sure, because it's in 3 turns. There is no 3 turns, but in a longer longer game, it'll be good.
Tsunami is insane. Tsunami is just so sick. I don't know if you ever play Mista Vista because it's such an investment. But just getting access to the Mage cards is just ridiculous. And then if you play a slow game and you play this and you play Tsunami later or something like this, I think it's really, really, really crazy.
Yeah. All right. Let's move on. Bouldering Buddy, 7-mana 6/7, Rush Taunt, cost 1 if you have at least 10 mana crystals. I don't know. Do you play this in your Druid?
No, 0%.
You don't want to get.
That's the biggest problem.
That's literally what I was about to say. Yeah.
Yeah, I think if it wasn't for that, then I don't know. It doesn't seem that bad, but because of that, probably don't play it.
You might, but Flower Child says if Flower Child gets nerfed, then maybe.
All right, I'll give it a 1.
Yeah.
All right. Cruise Captain Laura, 7-mana 4/5, Battlecry, summon 2 random locations.
This definitely said something else in the past, right?
See, you know what's I do think it's a 1, but I with the new locations, I actually think this is not that terrible. It's not the worst card in the set, because the new locations are generally pretty decent.
It's not bad.
Yeah, I don't. I just don't think you're going to put in your deck is all, but I don't think it's that bad.
But you just get max pools out of it, and then what else? Puppet Theater. Every time. Max pools, Puppet Theater.
Every time.
And then your max pool transforms this into Alakir. Easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm giving this a 1.
Okay.
Yeah,
Next
there's just
thing
better things to do.
you're gonna say you don't choose your RNG.
No.
Okay, that's
This
not
is-
how you
this is-
become a world champion.
Alright.
Just kidding.
Sleep Under the Stars. 7 mana. Choose thrice. New keyword. Draw 2 cards, gain 5 armor, and refresh 3 mana crystals. Yeah, this card's are nuts.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's actually so good.
Is it
like
though?
Just play him warrior.
is.
Yeah.
The worst case for it, the worst case
1
scenario
mana, draw
is
2.
1 mana, draw 2. Yeah.
But it's Flower Child.
It's 1 mana, draw 2 a lot. I think this isn't bad from the Flower Child, is it? It's 0 mana, draw 2.
No, I think you're happy with it from Flower Child.
Yeah.
Like well, at least a decent portion of the time. Yeah.
This card is
sure you don't get it.
Yeah, sorry.
I was gonna say you don't get a discounted like Zilliax or whatever, which could matter. But if you get this on 6, you just draw 2. Yeah, refresh 6.
You know what this is really nutty off? It's really nutty off Marin. Of the wand.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It actually happened against me. Like Tic Tac did that to me, and I was like, that is a bull.
Dude, Tic Tac was really ruining the theory crafted stream for everyone, wasn't he?
Yeah, he sounds like a menace, dude. He played 2 decks, and they were both like, just like decks that people hate to play against.
Yeah.
It's
like
fine.
6
I beat him though with my
Nice.
toxic decks with my DK. I think.
I was held hostage against him. I was playing Amalgam Warrior, and I was playing my big amalgams rush cleaving into his Unkiliax every turn, and it was the worst feeling ever.
Yeah, I just decided to concede. Like, by the way, that rule is stupid. The no concede rule is like.
Yeah, it's mega stupid.
Like, I mean, okay, the rule by itself has a meaning, right? You're supposed to let your opponent do like a crazy combo, but like if I play against Control Priest, I know they're not going to do a crazy combo. They're just going to Control Priest me. Then I think it's fine to concede. I think what you're not supposed to do is if your opponent does the Tic Tac turn, and you know the Tic Tac turn is coming, like the OTK turn. Don't concede in the middle of the OTK turn. Let the people have their clicks. I think that's the extent of it. And I think for that, let people finish their combos. But I think there's nothing worse than when my opponent like doesn't want to concede and they start passing 3 turns and they have to drag 10 more animations. It sucks for their chat. It sucks for them. It sucks for me. It sucks for my chat. And there's no interesting gameplay to be seen by somebody just passing 3 turns.
Yeah. I just asked people if it was fine if I left, and usually they pretty much always said yes. I just want to make sure they didn't have like some sort of combo or something. There was one game against Reno Shaman where I just left. I was like, yeah, I'm not sitting here. There's nothing cool in here. All right. So yeah, for me this is a 4. I think this goes in like every druid and every warrior.
Yeah, I was just thinking now that I think it does go in every druid, every warrior. So I want to give it a 4 too.
Okay, you guys convinced me. I gave it a 3 previously.
All right. Next card. What?
I just dislike that they made this card in this next one.
Hydration Station?
Yeah.
Hydration Station. 8 mana, resurrect your 3 highest cost taunt minions.
I mean, this is
Zilliaxes.
This is a mega 4. But
really?
Will it be a 4 by the end of the expansion?
No, because they'll nerf Unkiliax after 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
But
I was like actually thinking this card might be like a 2 and it might not get played that much.
What?
Am I crazy?
It's Dr. Boom. It just is. Or
What?
Inventor Boom, whatever.
But like, does my Zilliax just get stolen again? Isn't that the whole point that like we figured out at the end of last expansion? Is that people play on Kiliax and it gets stolen by Yogg, and that's the end of that.
Does it get stolen when you're a druid and you played on Kiliax?
Mana. That's the thing.
I only get a 3/4 and a 5 back.
Yeah, you're a druid. You played on Kiliax earlier. Probably.
Yeah, you play it before they can Yogg, and you can also play Yogg to steal it back. So, I mean, I don't know. I think this is an easy 4 as well.
Isn't it game
It might
over
have
then
been
already?
not always. I mean, not if you don't have this necessarily. Like
Yeah.
like
Alright.
like think of it like Excavate Rogue could control Druid previously. You could just run them out of stuff. You can't do that against 6 on Kiliaxes, right?
Yeah, I've seen. I saw something really smart in the other TikTok list is where he dropped Odin because he was like, "Yeah, Odin's nice, but torturing my opponent's better." And then he just dropped Odin as a 9 mana card, so you only have Chemical Spell with Ziliax, and you can get it out on turn 3 with Chemical Spell and like the
Yeah.
nuts and stuff. I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the other thing. You can trail mix or New Heights also with both decks into the Ziliax before Yogg comes down. So I think it's going to be an issue.
Okay.
It's
All right.
It's disgusting, this card, man.
It's disgusting.
I'll give it a 4.
All right.
Yeah.
We talked you up, Bunny?
Yeah, you talked me up for sure.
All right, that was all for Druid.
Cool.
Well, now we go to Mage variant.
Mhm.
Or
Yeah.
or should I
take
say
Mage and
Druid
you can
2?
take Paladin.
Okay, yeah, sure. That's fine.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Then we have one good. Okay, before we go to Mage, we have to highlight this card called Concierge. Everybody knows what it does already, but it's a 3-mana 3/4. Your cards from other classes cost 1 less. This will be very relevant for the next few minutes, I think. And then we're gonna go to Mage, and we start with go with the flow. It says 1 mana, choose a minion. If it's an enemy, freeze it. If it's a friendly, give it spell damage +1. Initially, I thought it was really bad, but yeah, this card together with spell power and concierge and the spell and the 2 mana, the 1 mana 2/1 that discovers the spell that you've previously played. I feel like this deck gets nerfed on the first balance patch.
I agree. Yeah.
So I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to like. The card by itself doesn't strike me as very great,
Yeah.
but I think that deck by itself is just ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, even like just the card itself, I don't think it's that. I mean, I think the card itself is probably like a 2, maybe. Like 1 mana for spell damage is not bad at all if you have a minion.
You wouldn't run it though, like especially not in Mage.
Yeah, I don't know what deck it goes into, but I just mean like 1 mana in general.
Because I feel like the freezing
worst.
thing is like, it's not that relevant, and the like in Druid you just run the location, and in Mage you wouldn't run this because it doesn't synergize with anything. But I think the ability to do this with Concierge is just kind of crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I give it a 3 because I believe that that deck is broken.
Sure.
I agree.
Yeah. That's probably a fair way to do it. All right.
Then we have Seabreeze Chalice. 1 mana, deal 2 damage randomly split among all enemies. Again, goes in this Concierge deck with spell power. The combo is nuts. But I think that this card is probably a better baseline card than the other one.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. You could go in like Spell Mage and stuff. It's really good with the random elemental.
I also really like that it has a Frost spell school for like Mage in general. I just think this is just a 4 because of how much it will be used.
Yeah.
Agreed.
It's
okay.
What are they gonna nerf? Is it gonna be this one, do you think?
I think it's just Concierge.
I think they're gonna do Concierge not less than 1.
I mean, but then the card is useless. Like, what's the point?
Yeah, correct. Yes.
Like, that's the whole point.
I think that's what they're gonna do, though.
I mean, the other thing is like, man, another card that really scares me is Dorian. Dude, I played Grifta on turn 3, and then I took the draw 3 cards, and then I played Dorian, and then draw 3 cards from Drifter, and the game instantly ended. My opponent, he didn't know it, but he exploded. Like, I don't know. And I think this will happen again, just like trail mixing out Dorians and other cards like this, but whatever. We'll get to that later, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, then we have Marooned Archmage. 3 mana, 3/3. Your first spell each turn costs 2 less. I think this is the fat one.
It's like Love Everlasting if it was bad. Like if it ran out after one turn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so just moving
Too
on. Right?
clunky.
Yeah.
Then we have Rising Waves. 3 mana, deal 2 damage to all minions. If none die, deal 2 more. I don't like this at all.
I think this is alright in Spell Mage, probably. Just to
I was
not
thinking
die.
Yeah. I mean, like it ants like a Craze Conductor, for example. Like that type of board, you would usually die to, but it clears that. Which is interesting. Although they have to not have like the 2/1 or a 2/2.
Yeah, there has to be like not the small minion, but maybe you could ping it off or
Yeah.
something. Or play Flame Geyser on it.
Yeah.
I think it's a 2. I think it's a very fringe card.
Yeah, I could see
Between
that.
a 1 and a 2 at best.
I'll give it a 2.
Yeah, 2 seems fine. I mean, 3 mana for 4 AoE is pretty good.
Yeah, I just feel like you don't get it off that often.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And then we have 3 mana, 3 charged location. Tide Pools, discover a spell that costs 3 or less. After you cast a spell, reopen this. It's also kind of a candidate for that giant that I was talking about.
Yeah.
But the giant was at 8 mana or 10? It was 10, right?
10.
Yeah. Yeah, so this only gets it down to 4, and that doesn't really work. It seems like the easiest location to use, just because like you get a cheap spell that you can use this with, but
Okay.
It was very easy. Oh, go ahead.
People in my chat are misreading this, and maybe other people are too. Guys, this doesn't discount the spells. It discovers a spell that costs 3 or less. It doesn't discount them by 3.
Oh, that'd be broken.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
If you're mage dipping into paladin, I found it was quite easy to trigger this several times. The problem I had was the spells I got were terrible.
I mean, yeah. Sure.
They're actually not that good.
Okay, so this is just a 1.
Well, I don't know. It was some good value, I guess. It's just I want to give it a 2 probably. It's very easy to trigger it, especially if you got concierge. But I just found the cards I got were just so expensive. Even if it says 3 or less, it was hard to spend mana on them.
Okay, so because you discover mage cards if you're mage, right?
Yeah.
You can't discover. So the discovered pool doesn't also extend to the turret.
That would be nice if it did. Like, and even if you dip Druid into Mage, you will get Druid cards from this as well. So there's no like concierge synergy there either.
Okay, I'm giving it a 1. I don't think that's what we played at all.
Yeah, 1 for me.
Then we have King Tide, 4 mana, 4/4 Battlecry. Both players' spells cost 5 until the end of your next turn. I mean, this is obviously a 4 because it's the only thing that stops the deck. And
is this Lothep?
Is this Lothep? I mean, I think this card's actually good, just because there's a lot of like good spells I can technically play with this. And Druid, I have the 7 mana spell that that we talked about earlier. In Mage we have Tsunami, and I think Tsunami's insane. I don't know.
I think so too.
So I think this is a good card.
I don't think it's that good.
I think I'll give it a 3.
Have you ever played it on 5? Yeah, I like this one.
On 5?
Yeah.
So this card sucks when you're going second, doesn't it?
Why?
Because you can't coin it out and you can't do anything. You have to play it on 4 only.
Yeah.
And then play the 5.
But But if you build your deck around it, I mean,
I mean, you don't even have to build your deck around it. I think it's just like there comes a point where this card is just really nice. But
my opponent played it, and I had that Druid spell that refreshes in my hand, and I was pretty happy.
okay, that does seem kind of annoying. Yeah.
I have a highlight video where somebody played this, and I see indeed them on turn 5.
Yeah. I mean, some decks is a bit risky to play, you know?
Yeah,
Some,
maybe it's just
yeah.
the 2 actually. Because every time it's gotten played, it had a really nice cloud side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think it's like a meta dependent card. I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's a bit
And-
clunky.
All right, I'll give it.
I mean,
2.
in big
good.
spell mage is good. It's just, is that deck good? I don't know. Probably not.
No.
No.
Dude, Under the Sea is great. I played Helia against somebody. They played Under the Sea. The spot where you won one. Anyway, we got the Ryla Sand Sculptor, which is the Paladin tourist from a 2/5
I give this a
after you
1,
cast a
actually.
spell. Oh yeah, okay. Sorry. Summon a random 2-cost minion and give it Divine Shield. I think this card's really good for Mage, just because they want access to the Paladin cards. There's so many cheap Paladin spells that go really hard with Concierge. There's a
Yeah.
10 mana spell that summons 5/5s that I think is really good. So I think this is a 4 because this enables new Mage decks, which are great.
I agree. You can spam a pretty big board pretty early.
Yeah. I don't know. I want to give this a 3. I feel like it does enable some mage decks, but I feel like those mage decks aren't going to be that great. They're going to be just fine.
I mean, I agree with that. I agree
And
with that take that those decks are not going to be super great.
And the card itself's like fine as well. It's not mega nothing. So I'll give it a 3.
All right. Then we have Surfalopod. It's a 5 mana 5/6 beast battle cry. The next spell you draw is cast when drawn. Really good, obviously, in like big spell mage.
Yeah.
But
Is that it?
I don't trust in big spell mage yet. I don't think it's like an archetype that works at all.
Yeah.
I mean, this was a very good card. It seemed like the best big spell mage card, right? To me, anyway.
No, I think King Tide's better. But
Really?
yeah, just because it's like what ways do you don't have minions that tutor spells in mage right now, right?
Well, there's one, but it's not great.
Because it's just like I
drop.
feel like you just have to wait a little bit too long until you get the card. Until this payoff comes through, I think it takes too long. But I'll give it a 2. So I feel like it's a good card by itself.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give it a 2 as
I'll
well.
give it a 2.
Alright. Then we have Under the Sea. Draw a different spell, summon a random minion of that spell's cost. I find it really confusing that sometimes they say another, because it's like draw another taunt minion, and here it says draw a different spell. And they both mean functionally the same, right?
Yeah.
And I find that a bit confusing when it's inconsistent, but it's alright. I think this card is supposed to work in like it's supposed to make your big spell mage more consistent, because right now you only have 2 good spells, which is Tsunami and I mean, I guess you have the 10 mana mage spell, and then you have the what's it called?
Sunset Volley.
Sunset Volley, yeah. So this is supposed to make this more consistent, right? Because you get them more often in your hand, but I don't know. I don't believe in this card at all, actually.
Yeah, I
Well,
think it's
the dream
pretty
is
much only for big spell.
You play the 5 and then you play this, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but that's like it's a lot of time taken to just do these two things.
I mean, you do get a lot of stats if you do that, but
yeah,
you kind of have to do it on curve.
But I don't think this like a lot of stats that you guess is like worth enough.
Sure.
You get an 8 or a 9 drop, and I'm not sure that those are worth it.
Well, also whatever, either Tsunami or the Sunset Volley gets cast, right? Is the idea. So it's a lot.
Now I'm giving it a 1.
Sure.
I'll give it a 2.
I'll give it a 2.
Alright, then we have Tsunami, 8 mana, summon 3/3/6 water elementals that freeze, they attack random enemies. I think this card's nuts. I mean, the art's also nuts on the new water elementals.
Yeah, they look good.
That is really cool. But I don't know. I drew this card of Flower Child 1 and then I innervated it on turn like 5 and just functionally completely ended my opponent. And obviously that's like kind of a crazy sort of mana cheat. But I don't know. I just feel like it's really strong. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think it's pretty good.
I'll
give it a 3.
I think it's good.
Overall.
Yeah. Same for me.
I don't think it's...
I mean, I think you have to cheat it out for it to feel really good. But if you play it before turn, 7 or 8, then it's a lot of stats. Not that easy to clear.
Yeah.
I mean, does being a druid count as cheating it out?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
You can play the that 4/4 that discounts Frost each turn, and then you can play on 6.
You guys remember the 10 mana spell? Somebody in chat brought it up. That
Nagran Slam?
Nagran Slam.
Yeah, I remember that.
I mean, it's a completely different game that we're playing now, but like this is a lot better than Nagran Slam now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just trying to see if I'm giving it a 3 or 4, but yeah, I'll give it a 3.
Yep,
it's a really good card.
So it's just for Druid?
Oh, I think it's also fun in Mage, actually.
Yeah.
The big spell Mage.
Yeah, the big spell kind of Mage.
But you don't really think that's going to be real?
Mage. Yeah, I don't think this will be real, but I think in Druid it's really good. Like, I think you do want to put this in your tempo Druid, like the one that you currently play, the Dragon Tempo Druid. I think you want to put this in there.
Okay, as a 2 of. I'm just thinking like there's so many things we want to put in.
Yeah, you want to put Hydration Station. This, I don't know. Like maybe it's too much, but. Like I said, I only ran one Hydration Station because I was just thinking, if I played Tsunami early, I close out games, and I mean that's what happened in the games that I've played. But
yeah, I'm not sure the hydration thing would make it into Dragon Druid specifically. I feel like it'd be its own Ziliax based one only. Really.
Okay, sure.
All right.
I'll give this a 3, a generous 3. I could see it ending up not seeing play eventually, though. All right, are we into Pally now?
Yeah, it brings us to Paladin.
I will take Paladin. Okay, we have first up Divine Brew. This is a 1-mana holy spell. Give a character Divine Shield. If it already had one, give it +1 attack this turn. So distinction, it says character. You can put it on your face or your opponent's face if you wanted to, for whatever reason. Another distinction, it's this turn only, the attack. I made the mistake of just spamming this on my concierge and then the attack disappeared, so I was like, oh. Not very useful.
Because otherwise your hero would have permanent 3 attack.
Yeah, I know. So like for minions, it's not that great. It's basically give it Divine Shield. The applications really it's for discounting Mantle Shaper and the 10 mana spell. I think.
Mantle Shaper. Wait.
That's-
Oh, in
No.
Mage.
In Mage.
yeah,
in Mage.
Yeah. I was thinking 10 mana spell.
It
Also,
also discounts the glow
Lunessa
dude,
stuff.
by the way.
Yep.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Lunessa
Yeah.
stuff.
The 3/3.
Also, like, I don't know. The one thing that I didn't necessarily think about as much is if you just make a decent board against some decks, like you put a Divine Shield on 3 minions, it's kind of hard
Yeah.
to clear.
Yeah. That's true.
So I feel like it's pretty much always kind of just good. Like there's always some application for it that feels reasonable. You just use your last mana on it when you're going to float a mana, and then you discount your thing. Works really well with Lunessa for a lot of burst damage, potentially. I like it a lot.
Is it good with Lunessa?
Yeah. I mean,
Is it?
you can do a lot. Well, there's better there's better cards, but if you have a lot of mana, like it copies the drinks. So
I know, but like you gotta spend 1 mana on each of them
yes,
for
but
2
you
attack.
have extra mana because you have coins. Like you could do.
You
like
don't
a
have
horn
infinite mana. You gotta play
thing.
Lunessa as well, though. And
Yeah, but
you can already
Kinda
OTK with other stuff, and this didn't make the
yeah, I
cut
know.
for
There's
me.
better stuff to do with it. But I think it's just generally good. I guess the biggest problem is that the might just be the better deck, like the version deck you played. That
Yeah, I mean, I had this in
kind of-
originally, and I cut it pretty quickly because it just
Yeah.
didn't do anything.
I mean,
Mhm.
I like it that it's holy as well. Like it's really nice in Sith Mage, probably.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, is this better than the
Like a problem that Sith Mage
other
has
one?
so far is that usually by turn by turn 5 you need to get your creation to 3 or 4 damage.
Mhm.
Otherwise you lose the game because there's like boards with a bunch of 3/3s on there and stuff like that. So you need to get to that point really quickly, and this kind of helps you do it.
Yeah, honestly, Divine Brew on 1 on your face sounds kind of strong in that deck. Like it discounts everything, right? It makes your creation better.
Yeah.
Like that's not.
I mean, I
the
think
worst.
it definitely runs in that deck.
Yeah.
I think you're overselling that. I'd rather play a minion.
Okay.
I'm not
Well,
keeping
yeah,
this.
but you only have like 2 minions though.
Huh?
The sunscreens aren't holy.
I know that sunscreen's on, but the card that gives you the sunscreen's holy.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't know. You have to like put the Taurus in as well, and these cards into your Sith Mage. It's quite a like the Taurus is terrible in the Sith Mage. It's quite
I'm
an
still giving it a
investment.
3.
Mm.
I want to give this a 2.
Okay, want to go life-saving aura?
Yeah.
I
Life-saving-
find it so weird that the life-saving aura gives you sunscreen. Like,
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
what happened there? That did not
Who's doing
give
this?
you sunscreens at some point in the development process, though.
Maybe it's like a public service announcement, you know, for people to wear more sunscreen.
Like, but there's literally like a ring flying out to that person. Like, I don't understand that, but whatever. Moving on. You can take the card away.
What if the ring's the sun?
Okay.
And they're really like they're scared of it and they need the sunscreen. I don't know. At the end of your turn, get a 1-cost sunscreen that gives you +1/+2 and lasts 3 turns. A holy spell. I mean, this is really good in the Mage Pally. Because, I mean, it's a little slow to get the sunscreens, but with Concierge, you play this. If you play this on 1 and have Concierge, it's quite the turn 3 you're going to have.
Yeah.
I also found
What-
when playing against this, I generally underestimated how good buffing a minion by +1/+2 for
Yeah.
1 mana is. I thought this is like, ha ha ha. To 2024 Hearthstone, buffing a minion by this is like so useless. And then they just play 1-drop and put it on there, and you're like, Now it's a 3/5. The Naga's now a 3/5. And I kind of have to clear it because next turn it'll get even worse.
Yeah. The only thing with this is it's a little slow
A
to
little
get
bit.
going.
I
It
mean,
does
like,
discount your 10-mana spell.
I feel like I underestimated this effect the first time that bananas came around. Obviously, the thing with bananas was that you could play the 1/3 on one and then play 2 bananas on it, and then your opponent was dead. And now you have to play this on one, and then you play the 1-drop, and then you get a bigger payoff afterwards. So I understand that, like, the downside of this and why this
Yeah.
is so slow. But I still expect this to be an okay card.
Yeah. Between a 2 and a 3. I lean towards 2.
I'll give this a 3. I like this one more than the other one when I was playing Mage. Okay.
Right.
Service Ace. 3 mana, 3/3. After this minion gains attack, reduce the cost of the highest cost card in your hand by 1.
Are we giving Zeddy a 1?
This just reminds me how broken Nosmani was.
Ooh.
This is so much worse.
Yeah.
I'm giving it a 1 and moving on. We have some stuff to
Down for
cover.
Yeah, okay. I'll
Sure.
give it a 1. I ended up cutting it from the Mage buff deck, actually. Volume more. 3 mana, 3/2. After your hero attacks, get a 1 cost sunscreen that gives +1/+2. I think this is actually pretty good. I like this a lot.
Is it?
Yeah, when I played the Mage with the concierge, it was really nice.
Hmm.
You don't like it?
Best I can do is a 2.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. I could maybe settle for a 2 just for the use in that deck, but
Yeah, it doesn't go in Paladin, but in Mage it was
I don't think
decent.
so.
Yeah, I think
Sure.
Paladin weapons are otherwise just too good.
Yeah.
I'll give it a 3. I really liked it in the Mage. I loved having it in my hand.
Give it a 2.
Alrighty. Grill Master. 4 mana, 3/4. Battlecry, draw your lowest cost card. Death Rattle, draw your highest cost card. So it's kind of like a necessary card for Lynessa Paladin.
Yeah. Also for the sea shanty stuff, it's pretty nice.
Yeah. Maybe some other Paladins with the Divine Shield Torn that's cheaper with Big Hand. It could be okay too.
I mean, also, if you just compare this to a lot of other like draw effects in the game that some people play, I think this is just good. Like it tutors specific things. The stats are not that bad. I think it's just generically quite good.
I agree. I'd give it a 3.
Yeah, I'll give it 3 too.
Yeah, I'll give it a 3.
Alright, next up we have Lifeguard. 4 mana, 2/7. Taunt Battlecry, your next spell you cast has Lifesteal. Sometimes Reno's you. Potentially.
The Reno Paladin card, right?
Yeah. Could be a Reno Pally card.
I don't know if you want to. I don't think you want to play this in Mage.
So Mage, was
What do
this
you-
like Star Power Blizzard or something?
Yeah.
Bit
And I guess
whatever.
this is the Star
Flame
Power.
Strike.
Pretty nuts.
Yeah, but like how I feel like you kind of like force yourself to play the star power because you had such a weak turn. And also like if they don't make a big board, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna not spend your mana and hold off for the lifesteal because it's only on the next one? I feel like it might get kind of awkward.
Yeah.
It's really
And
funny
it's
if you
a
like
taunt
play
on
this
anyway.
and then you want to play the 8 mana AoE spell that gets cheaper for every opponent's minion, but you want to play it with the 3/3 rushers, but you can't play the rushers because then you lose out the lifesteal.
Yeah. I'm gonna give it a 1. I don't really see
Yeah,
it.
I don't see it either actually. There's too many bad situations.
All right. And I don't think it works with Tsunami either, because the elementals steal the damage.
Yeah. Sandcastle. 5 mana 3/8 rush. After this attack's turn into a location. Location is give a friendly minion +3 attack and rush, turn back into a minion. So this +3 attack is equal to the attack of the Sandcastle himself. So if you hand buff him, you get more attack there. And the durability of the location is also equal to Sandcastle. So what generally happens, you play this, you rush, it turns into a location, then it turns back, you rush again. And then when it turns into a location again, that location will be locked out for 2 turns, basically. Because it abides by normal location rules.
I'm sorry, I have to be honest. I did not realize the Sandcastle thing until you said that.
No, that was a Sandcastle.
Yeah, nope, I did not. Never paid attention to that.
We call it Sank Azel.
I thought it was Sank Azel.
Sank Azel.
I was just reading the name. I never paid attention to it.
Maybe we should call him that from now on. I mean, this seems like it would only go in the hand buff pally, and so. In that is probably all right.
I mean, it could be pretty insane in the palette because, like, so even let's say on 5, right? You have maybe Tarim or something, which is better. But if you don't have a minion, you get this to 5 attack, maybe 6 attack. You played a buff earlier, 6 attack, and it's a 6/11. You trade into a thing, you make it a location, and then like every minion is kind of just a huge threat, right? And it lets you remove stuff because sometimes Pala, like, if you didn't have specifically the plushie, then it didn't really let you like come back on board that easily. And this maybe lets you do that.
Yeah, it seems pretty good for that.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I feel like I want to give it a 4 just because you already know that people are going to be playing hand buff Pala. That's like a given. And then I think this will be really good in it, but it is probably only good in that deck.
Yeah, it's between a 2 and a 3 for me because, like, I think it's only good in that deck.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the Mega Nuts. It'll be all right.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe good in that deck, but I'll go at a 3. I mean, that deck's going to be a thing. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm giving it.
That is true. That deck will always be a thing in new ranks.
Yep.
All right.
Sunsapper Lioness, 5 mana 2/6 Rogue Tourist. The spells that cost 2 or less cast twice. So it's pretty easy to OTK people with this. In combination with Holy Glow Sticks and the new 1-drop Naga to get more glow sticks, and a bunch of the rogue cards give you coins, so you can spend all the mana on the turn with this.
Mm-hmm.
It's not really too hard.
For.
Yeah.
It felt insane.
Yeah. It was very good. And the deck kind of just curves out as well, I felt. It's not, you just play like a 1-drop or 2-drop. You pay the 4-drop to draw this. It's not like to set up the combo you're really neglecting board much. So it shouldn't be like super bad against aggro. Should be like alright.
I don't think it'll be as strong as a Druid. I feel like it just gets... I mean, no, okay, that's a bad comparison. But like, I felt like when I pressured this deck a little bit, it did struggle.
Yeah.
And in theory crafting, a lot of decks that are very slow. Like, in the slow expansion, the best deck in theory crafting was always Control Priest. Because everything is slowed down in theory crafting. So I kind of have the fear that if you start playing good things against this might not be enough. We have a warrior that actually gains a decent amount of armor. This might not be enough.
Yep.
So I don't think this deck will be as good as it looks right now.
Yes, I
That
agree
being
with
said, I
that.
still think it's a great card.
Yep.
All right,
Okay.
I'm good at 4.
This one we
Yeah.
can make quick, right?
Yeah, as a 4. Power Spike. 6 mana, deal 4 damage. Give a random friendly minion +4/+4. Holy. Bit overcosted. Give
What
it a
is
1.
this?
Totally overcosted.
Yeah,
So,
this feels like a card from 2 years ago.
Okay.
2 years,
Next.
like 10 years ago, maybe.
Yeah.
Alright. Sea Shanty. 10 mana, summon 3/5/5 pirates. Cost 1 less for each spell you've cast on characters this game. Each spell you've cast on characters. So, there's some big synergy with Mage and the cheap spells from Paladin and Concierge to get this out down quite quickly. It's still a lot to get down though. It's 10. I found it even in that deck it was quite difficult to make this down in a cheap time unless you have absolutely everything. It didn't seem that great to me.
I got this played 4 times against me until 26 by Denim Blue. Because he had audio amplifier twice. And it's like, I almost won as Rogue if I could have gotten a single removal spell from my Scorpion. And I had 2 Scorpions. If I got a single removal spell, I would have still won the game. Just because these cards are cool, but Ziliax is better.
Mm-hmm.
I still think it's a pretty good card, right? Has to be. It's a lot of stats.
Yeah, I mean the thing for me is like I was playing it in like the Lanessa pal originally, and it was like, oh, you can double cast it with Lanessa, and then I realized that it was better to kill them, so I just cut that and then played the Jombre version that tutored the Lanessa, which seemed a lot cleaner.
Yeah, I think this is a good card in Mage, like for the either for the big spell Mage, or for the. But I also think it's good when you play like Concierge and some smaller cards.
Yeah. You can do some big turns with it, but maybe it's too hard to set up like consistently to be early enough.
Yeah, that's my issue. There's a lot of games I even did the Concierge triple spell thing, but then it's only 7 mana still. It wasn't playable.
I'll give it a 2.
Yeah, I'll give it 2 as well. I can see it just not working out.
Okay.
So
what do you have left? Rogue and Warlock? Is that it?
And neutrals. Yeah, I think we're making pretty good time. I do have to take a quick break for 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I have to figure out. I might have to call it at some point.
That's fine. Not a problem.
Rock cards all are garbage anyway. My defense. Probably.
For Rogue, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, but which ones are those are you playing?
Well, I mean, some of them make sense in the Pally, but yeah. I don't know if there's any Rogue cards that I actually want to play in Rogue that much. We'll get to it though. I'll take a quick break too.
Okay, chat. Rogue stuff. I don't know. I might have to go a little bit early. Getting through all of these.
right. You're making really good time on this.
I like to keep it quick.
Yeah, no, it's good. I mean, compared to the usual ones. Yeah, it's nice. Did anybody ever play Vexalis and Biscuit, though? I mean, I'm not saying people won't do the Lanessa thing, because they will, but I don't know if that's the comparison. Yeah. Taking out Fino reduces the yapping time for sure. Because I think
felt
we've all like
back when you were doing this with Orange, Hunter Ace, Fino, like especially 4 people, it's pretty quick. But it takes like even more time. But everybody had like an additional thought on everything.
Yeah, also it's like even just adding one more person compared to 3, like if that 4th person has a thought about it and then it like sparks somebody else's thought, it just kind of snowballs a bit. So yeah. All right. Onto Rogue. Everybody ready?
Yo. I'm ready.
You ready? All right, let's do it. I can take Rogue.
Go for it.
Oh, Manager. 2 mana, deal 2 damage, combo, get a coin. So there's the Lanessa thing, which prints you mana and does damage, which is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be in that deck.
Yeah, for sure. And then apart from that, I mean, like Wishing Well Rogue, but I don't know, are we actually playing that? I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
Because the card itself is not great, like just standalone. Dealing 2 for 2 mana is not ideal. And you have to combo it. You can't just do it on 2.
Yeah, the combo part's the problem, maybe.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm not sure that it sees any play in Rogue, but like strictly for the Lanessa thing, it's gonna get played.
I mean, if you squint really hard, it's a bone spike, almost half a bone
You
spike.
have to squint really hard though.
you gotta really squint.
Yeah.
I can actually pack it up.
Okay.
It was fun though. I'll be able to do the rest without any. I think on Rogue I have no insights anyway. Neither do I have any on Warlock, to be fair. There's some cool neutrals. Only thing I want to say, I think I really like Grifta. And Gorgon Zormo has been insane. Just because getting 3 minions from the cheese together with any Ziliax has been ridiculous. But yeah.
Okay. We'll
That's
keep it.
Sorry guys, gotta
Thanks
go.
for joining.
Thanks for joining, Bunny.
Bye-bye.
See you later, mate.
See ya.
Bye.
All right. I will.
Gotta change our cams a bit.
All right. I'm good.
Okay. I'm good too.
All right, cool. So yeah, I mean, I don't know how to rate this. Like, is it a 4 purely because of the Nessa deck? Because I really don't think it's that good outside of that.
I mean, it's a 4 in that deck, so maybe.
For sure.
Yeah.
Does that just make it a 4? Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, in general use, it's more fringe, but
for sure. Yeah, it's like Wishing Well rogue, which is probably not going to be real.
Yeah. All right, we can move on.
All right. Petty Theft. 2 mana, get 2 random 1-cost spells from other classes. So the only use I can think of really is like Cutlass Rogue. I don't think you care about this for Lanessa. I think you had it in your deck, right? I don't know, maybe those for the 10 card thing though.
Well, I had it in there. I was like, yeah, maybe it'll be good with Vanessa turns, but I just found that I never played it. I've just always did something else. I just
never. Yeah.
Yeah. So it could be good for that weapon deck, I guess.
Yeah. I think that's I mean I'd probably give it a 2 just for that. I mean you can get drinks from it like that, and then you have basically infinite charges. Some of the drinks are good.
Yeah, there's a lot of 1-cost spells though.
Yeah, it's probably not very likely. I mean 1-cost spells in general are not, like, on average I think they're pretty decent. It's just you have to pay 2 for this, which is a lot to kind of do nothing. So I'll give it a 2.
I'll give it 2 as well. I think I had it in the Lanessa deck, but it was not needed at all.
Yeah. Right. Knick-Knack Shack. 3 mana, 4 charge location. Draw a card. If you play it this turn, reopen this. How do you feel about this?
I don't really like it. I feel like it's not needed. So, you have the doobie, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think this might be... Is it ever just better in Pala?
For what deck?
Pala a card draw? I mean, just in general, because Pala has worse card draw than Rogue, right?
I mean, the reopening it is really hard. Is it not? Unless like you're an aggro deck.
Okay, the one deck I was able to reopen it pretty consistently and like have decent turns with it was Elemental Rogue with Lamplighter.
Oh yeah.
That deck felt strong. I mean, it was theory crafting, but I kind of killed on like 5 or 6 every game.
Yeah, that deck's pretty stupid. I guess this makes some sense in that, maybe.
I think so. I mean it's just like redundancy.
In that deck, would you just play all the 1-cost elementals?
Pretty much, yeah.
To keep the chain going. And you don't bother with the higher cost ones. Is that how it works?
I think the most expensive elemental was Lamplighter, I believe.
Yeah, like you gotta play that.
But I mean, the thing is, you don't even have to keep the chain going. Like, you don't need all the draw right away, right? You can just take it over, 2 or 3 turns, probably 3, and I think that's
what you
fine.
Mean? I mean, you have to play an elemental every turn, don't you?
Yeah. I'm just saying the chain for this, like you can just draw it, and then
I thought you meant the elemental chain. Okay.
No, and technically you don't need the chain to go forever. You only need like 5 damage from the thing to like OTK with Sonya and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, like for this, I actually thought that it would be bad. Like I thought it was maybe super overrated, but it felt decent in that deck. I don't think it's the nuts. I think some people think it's like a crazy card. I don't think it is, but I think it's good.
Right. Is there any other application for this? Or is it just that deck? Because like...
I don't know. I mean, like Highlander Pala, you just have some card draw, maybe, if you don't have your Spirit. Something like that.
I don't think so. Like, when you play this on 3 and you press the button, it's like 3 mana, draw a card.
Well,
it's so bad.
It's an investment.
Yeah, but it's not like the Cathedral in Priest where you got some stats from it.
Well, yeah, but that was broken though. I mean, this does give you 4 cards.
That's true. 4 is a lot.
It is a lot of cards. Yeah.
4 is a lot.
All right. Give it a 3.
I'll give it a 2.
All right.
It's not a bad card. It's just for me, it's not really fulfilling a role that some decks need.
Sure. I get it. All right. Metal Detector, 3 mana, 2/2 weapon. After your hero attacks and kills a minion, get a coin. Compare this to Greedy Partner.
I mean, on paper this looks terrible, but I feel like you need it in the Lanessa deck because you really want coins.
I don't. Do you really need it?
I don't know.
I
It
don't
felt
know if
pretty
you need
good.
it.
Some games I get
Really?
0 coins after playing this, and then I still killed them. So maybe you don't need it.
Yeah, no. I think I played it once in that deck, maybe. And I had to trade in my 3 attack minion to get a kill on a minion because this only has 2 attack.
Yeah.
I don't really like it. I don't think it sees any play really. Maybe some wishing well stuff.
You don't think it's needed in the Lancer deck?
I don't think it is. No. I might
Maybe
be wrong,
not.
but I
Maybe
don't
not.
think so.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Well, I'll give it a 2. It's maybe it ends up being good in that deck.
Sure.
I don't know.
Sure. All right. Seashill, 3 mana, 3/2 pirate, battlecry. The next card you play from a non-rogue class costs 2 less.
So this one I feel like is good in the Lanessa because you want it to discount either the Lanessa or the Hammer of Wrath.
Yeah. I use it to discount Lanessa pretty frequently. I mean, it's kind of just generically pretty good, right? Like even if you're not doing that, if you just tempo it out with
Yeah.
I don't know, I mean any two mana palace spell.
Yeah.
So
Obviously terrible in Rogue. Like,
yes.
right? There's no
Definitely
Warlock
not.
stuff you want to get out with it, is there?
No. I think that's a class that benefits maybe the least from Tourist, but we'll get into that. Yeah, I like it. This is like a solid 3 for me.
Okay, I'll give it a 3.
All right. Swarthy Swordshiner, 3 mana, 3/3 pirate, battlecry. Set the attack and durability of your weapon to 3. Okay, so there's like 2 applications I think for this. Quick pick on 2 into this.
Yeah, that's
Sounds
pretty
kind of
nice.
insane.
It's
Yeah.
pretty nice. Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing that people have talked about is you can reset Painter's Virtue.
Yeah.
But like you do have to play Lanessa in that, which is useless.
Yeah. And
So
you have to play this card to reset it, right?
yes.
Instead of the other stuff that you're doing. So do you want to do that? I don't know. Don't know if that
probably not.
I don't know if the painter's thing is worth it. Especially you can just run the one that extends its durability anyway. The one
Yeah, exactly. The guitarist, yeah. That's why I think people are probably overrating it for Pala. But honestly seems maybe okay in Rogue too. I initially thought it would be bad, but
yeah, but what rogue is it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, like doing it on quick pick is kind of insane. I don't know what deck that is, but like making that you make it into 4 charges essentially, which is pretty crazy, right? Because you swing on 2.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Reset.
I mean,
I'm nuts.
I mean, right now quick pick's only in the Giants deck, and you don't really need.
Yeah.
You don't need this as well. Drawing 2's enough.
Yeah.
Don't know, some
I'm not
aggro
sure
deck.
about the deck. Maybe.
It's fine. I guess we'll give it a 2.
Yeah.
It just seems fine, but I don't know where it's going.
Yeah. Sure. All right. Conniving Conman. 4 mana, 4/4 battlecry. Replay the last card you've played from another class.
From another class.
I don't know. From another class. So if you play this in Pala,
you have to replay the rogue cards.
Right.
You replay a Warlock card in Rogue.
Nope. No thanks.
Uh,
I don't think there's a deck this goes in
nah.
at all.
1.
One? All right.
Yeah.
All right. Maestra Mask Merchant. Warlock Tourist. Battlecry, discover a hero card from the past from another class. You cannot get scabs. I feel like I've said this for a couple decks, but I think this is the worst tourist. I think this might actually be the one. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's kind of fun.
It is fun.
There's not a whole lot of reason to go into Warlock. You get a nice
There really
1-drop.
isn't.
You get a 1-drop to scam with Velorock.
That's I think that is the like only reasonable excuse to go into Warlock is you activate your Velorock easier. I think that's the only reason. I don't see what else.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that hard to activate. Is it?
It's not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I did. I mean, I did get turn 2 Velorocked by this because that did happen to me in theory crafting. Yeah. Also, probably worth noting that I think the large majority of hero cards from the past are pretty much unplayable. So,
Yeah, I mean, there's some good ones, but
there's a couple, but like on average, you only get to see 3.
all right. I mean, we can talk. We need to talk about the what's it? Tests with this. Is that a thing? You become
really
another
don't
hero.
think it's a thing.
You test, and then all the cards get replayed.
I don't. I've discovered it before, and half the time it's still useless, even when you discover it. And I've been doing powerful things, let alone having to play a 6-mana 6/5, and then also play probably a worse hero, right? Because when you do that, you're usually discovering like a 3-mana Horson from Velorock, and it's like, oh, I played Velorock, and I played the horse guy for 3. That's not bad, but with this, that's worse. So I don't see it. It's a cool card, but I think this is pretty much unplayable for me.
And you don't think this is played just to go into Warlock?
No.
Are you one? Is this a Taurus getting a 1?
Yep. I think so.
I'm giving it a 2. I can't give any Taurus a 1.
Yeah, I guess. I just think Warlock has the worst ones to go into.
Yeah, that's probably true. And this Taurus itself is a bit meh.
Yeah. All right. Treasure Hunter Eudora. 6-mana 4/5 pirate. Battlecry. Go on a side quest to discover amazing loot. Play 3 cards from other classes to complete it. And the side quest is... Wait, so... It plays the side quest, right? Automatic. You don't have to spend a mana.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't spend mana on the side quest.
Okay. So yeah, you have to play 3 cards from other classes, and the reward is discover 2 amazing pieces of loot, which are basically just the Kazakhstan treasures.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think?
Seems mega slow.
Seems really slow. Also, the treasures are not that good now. There's like a couple really good ones, and then everything else sucks. You have to play 3 cards.
Are you saying Bubba's not up to 2024 standards?
I don't think it is. No, not quite.
There's Book of the Dead. That's a good one. The others are a bit terrible.
That's the good one.
Yeah,
for me, it's 1.
It's a 1. It's so slow and
they might maybe they'll make it easier to complete if it's unplayable, because it seems like a card they would want to play. Like they could make it like play 1 or 2 cards, and I feel it'd be fine.
Well, I mean, if you're Excavate Rogue, I guess you could play this, and then it's pretty easy to complete.
Yeah, but you never want to play this though, because you always have better things to do as excavate, even if it's easy to complete, right? So yeah, all right.
I'm bumping up for a 2 because
Sure.
I just realized I want to play it,
Fair enough.
so I got to give it
Alright.
2.
Yeah. Snatch and grab. 8 mana. Destroy 2 random enemy minions. Costs 1 less for each card you've played from another class. So I don't think this gets played in Rogue. I mean, maybe never played in like Cutlass Rogue. I don't know.
Well, it would be the Warlock tourist only, right? Because that you're actually playing cards from another class easily. You dip into Warlock.
Yeah, but I don't want to do that. What I meant was maybe it's better in Pala.
But no, it's
Right.
not. You're playing Lanessa deck, Pala.
I guess you
You
maybe
can't
do
you
not
can't
want, I guess you
you
don't want
can't
enough
play
rogue
this.
cards.
You play the 4-drop. You don't draw your Lanessa. You draw this.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. True. Yeah. I mean, maybe Cutlass, right? You play Petty Theft. You play stuff from other things. You have some extra removal. I could maybe see that, but in like normal rogue stuff, I don't think so.
I think it's there's some likelihood that you can play an aggro-ish rogue deck which dips into Warlock. Maybe.
Sure. Would you play this in it even? Like, is this actually worth running
I don't know.
in
Maybe.
that deck?
Maybe not. But the thing is, like, you play like the 1-drops. You have Shadow stuff. You could play it again. You're playing the 2-mana 3/2 that gets a card from another class anyway. You're playing the buff. You're probably playing the one that draws and destroys a minion, I guess. I don't know. Maybe, but probably not. I think I'll give it a 1.
Yeah. Okay. I'm giving it a 1.
I'm just thinking. Alright, that was Rogue done.
Okay. Cool. Do we have one left? And then neutrals,
Actually,
or?
Rogue got like the worst set, actually.
Yeah, no, Rogue sucks. Well, the Rogue set sucks. Wait, is Rogue going to be unplayable after they nerf Sonya?
Nah. Maybe you could play Excavate without Sonya. It'll be a bit worse.
Yeah. Sure. Okay, Warlock, you want to take it?
This is Giants Rogue too. Warlock, yeah, I'll take it. Okie dokie. Party Fiend. 1 mana, 1/1 demon. Battlecry summon 2/1/1 Felbeast. Still 3 damage to your hero. This seems quite good for a 1-drop,
this card's
right?
insane.
Does a whole lot of things.
Crazy. Yeah.
3 1/1s
Self-damage.
for 1. Yeah, self-damage.
Zilly synergy.
Yes. 1 mana for 3 things for Zilly is kind of insane.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is one of the best 1-drops ever for me. Which is funny because I think the rest of the Warlock cards are pretty bad, but I think this one is like maybe top 5 card in the set, just based on the card itself.
Okay.
I'll give it a 4. I think it easily goes into Painlock, and if your opponent plays this on 1 and they're playing Painlock, I think you're really upset. Like,
yeah,
it's gonna be so annoying. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember when I saw this card for the first time and it made me feel uneasy. I was like, okay, we're gonna nerf Zilly. Plus the cheap Zilly. Because of this.
For sure.
We're gonna nerf Painlock again? I don't know. Okay, you told me I was gonna give it a 3, but I guess I can dish out a 4.
Alright.
Announce Darkness. 2 mana Shadow. Replace your hero power and non-Warlock cards with Warlock ones. They cost 1 less, so it makes your hero power into life tap that costs 1. And
Do
all
you want to
your...
talk about this?
it's a meme card, isn't it?
It is
A
a meme
one?
card, for sure. 1.
Okay, next one. Cursed Souvenir. 2 mana. Give a minion +3/+3, and at the start of your turn, deal 3 damage to your hero. It's a pretty good buff for 2.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems pretty good.
It does seem pretty good. The only thing I'm not like... Where does it go? Because, like,
Painlock?
if you played... Yeah, so the only thing is, like...
Aggro Rogue?
If you play this in Painlock, I mean, I guess you play it on your 1-drop, but... I mean, I don't know. Do you never have that minion die? Because you need it to proc, I feel like, to be good.
What? Well, I mean, it will proc. I mean, you don't need it to proc to be good. It's 2 mana +3/+3. That's a pretty good buff.
Yeah, but if it dies and you spent your turn not taking self-damage, that's, like, really bad in Painlock. But it might never die, is the thing.
I mean if you put this on the 1-drop, it's not going to die. It's
yeah, I know,
at least a 4/4.
It probably doesn't die. Yeah. Okay.
If you put it on your opponent minion, do they take the damage?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do. Which means
so it's some burn as well.
You can kill them through a taunt minion. You can just put it on theirs and they take 3 at the start of the turn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, yeah, it's really efficient for sure. I'll give it.
I'm 3 in this one. I think it's good.
Alright.
Okie dokie. Eat the Imp. 2 mana. Destroy a friendly minion to draw 3 cards fire. Draw 3 for 2 is quite a lot of draw.
It is a lot of draw.
Don't like that first part though.
Yeah, I don't like it either. It's like there's just not enough good there's not enough good stuff to do with that. Like, you're gonna cram eggs in your deck for this? I don't think so. The 3 mana card is not good in my opinion. So
yeah, I don't know the 3 draw.
Yeah, I don't want to kill my minion. It also doesn't damage you, so like Painlock doesn't want it. If you play
they have mass production. They don't need this.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, I think it's a 1 then. I actually forgot about mass production. You just have better ways to draw, like in general. I'd rather tap than have this in my hand because I'm never gonna have a minion. No, you never play this in Rogue.
Yeah, Rogue's got better ways to draw too.
Yeah, way better.
The only way this is going to be good probably is if there's some combo deck eventually for Warlock, but there isn't that now.
Yeah, I'll give it
1 for now. My chat really liked that card. They gave it a 3.
Never mind. All right. John Bray?
Oh. It's me. Fearless Flame Juggler, 2 mana 1/1 demon. Gain stats equal to the damage your hero has taken this turn. Is this any good?
I don't know. I mean,
seems kind of
like the
bad.
Yeah, I mean the upside is really high. I'm a little worried about how consistently you can do it like early enough. I mean, maybe turn 4 is when it starts to get good. Is that worth it? I mean, maybe. Maybe turn 3.
How much can you even do to yourself?
Well, I mean, there's Spirit Bomb. There's 2 deal 3s for 1. On 3, there's
mass
Rook.
production.
Yeah, mass production. Oh yeah, so I guess there's actually 3 things that deal 1. So I mean, there is a lot of stuff.
Yeah, pass. I don't think so.
You don't like it?
No.
I could maybe see them. I'm not sure if it makes the cut or not, but I mean, it is a big, like, you you probably get like a 5/5 or maybe a 7/7 on 4. I'll give it a 2.
One. I was just trying to think if it's any good in Rogue, because you can smack your face into something.
Yeah, but then you die. You're gonna like punch a 5/5 and then play this.
Then you breakdance it and then again.
Right. Uh-huh.
Okay.
I might be down to a 1.
Next card. Health Drink. 3 mana lifesteal, deal 3 damage to a minion. 3 drinks left. This is a pretty inefficient way of spending mana, I would say. So
very inefficient way.
Don't really want to do that.
Yeah, it's just not what they need, right?
I think Hearthstone nowadays, like, there's so much ways to get value that a card like this where it exchanges tempo for value is just terrible.
Sure.
So I'm giving it a 1.
Yeah, I'll give it a 1.
People
are saying Cutlass Rogue.
Yeah, I was about to say the only thing is Cutlass Rogue, but I think they don't even want to spend this mana on this.
It is a lot. Yeah. 1.
Alright, Sacrificial Imp. 3 mana, 1/6. Death Rattle, if it's your turn, summon a 6/6 Imp with Taunt. Imp is just got Taunt. 6/6.
So, I don't know about you. When I first like saw this card, like I didn't even realize that it was if it's your turn.
Yeah.
I still thought it was kind of bad. But like it's so bad. It's awful.
Yeah, it's really terrible.
Yeah, I mean,
it also breaks like the Death Rattle. Like, one of the benefits of Death Rattle, you can play a Death Rattle into a likely AoE or something, and
yeah,
you can't even do that with that. Yeah,
yeah. I think I like saw it being played against Warrior, and I was like, oh, it's anti AoE, and then I looked at the card, I was like, oh. So yeah, okay, 1.
That one. Oh. Next we have Felfire Bonfire. Deal 4 damage to a minion. If it dies, your next Death Rattle minion costs 3 less. 4 mana. This one's kind of cool. Opens up a lot of synergies. Immediately, big style Warlocks. You can play like your Queen thing on 5, or your whatever, big demons. There's other combos that we kind of touched on earlier with Death Knight, potentially, if you dip into them.
With Death Knight. Yeah. Maybe. I mean, I was thinking like the big stuff as well.
Yeah.
You curve into the 8 mana demon, but I don't know.
Also maybe Excavate Warlock, because you play the what's it, the 4-drop, because that one you might want to go into DK to give that reborn and things, so it could work. Like you know the Excavate Warlock, the 4-drop, the 4/5 Death Rattle. You can dip into DK and then you can give it reborn with the 2-drop they got.
Are we playing Excavate Warlock?
I don't know. I mean, it kind of makes sense in that deck, this card.
Yeah, it's just that reward is bad.
Yes.
So I don't know if that's a deck.
Yes, yeah, it's probably not a deck.
Yeah.
I want to give this a 2 because I like the card. But it's probably not going to be very good right now.
I'm going to give it a 1.
Okay. Summoner Dark Marrow. This is the Warlock Tourist, 4 mana, 4/4 undead. Death Knight Tourist, your Death Rattles trigger twice. After you play a Death Rattle minion, destroy it. So, Death Rattles go twice. And this kills the Death Rattle.
Yeah.
Okay.
But what are we doing with it? Because it costs 4. And like the thing about Warlock is it doesn't really have ways to cheat mana, right?
Well, I had the previous card. Did you forget?
Okay,
We literally just did the card, man.
Yeah. Okay, that's the only card though. That's the only one, right?
Okay.
So you have to draw exactly that and this card.
Yeah, but like, I mean, we said earlier, like it's not that hard to draw because they have the frost draw stuff and they have the imp thing. Like, you can probably draw quite
Okay.
quite easy.
But what's the card that you, because you kind of have to, like, if that's your deck, you kind of have to win the game, I feel like. So what's the powerful death rattle stuff?
I mean, it was that freeze thing, I guess, but it's just not very good. So
Just
I don't think there is one really.
I don't think so either. Yeah. It's like board stuff, but yeah.
Ouroboros. The Ouroboros thing is, I don't think, very good
Yeah.
for this.
Might be
yeah.
a bigger picture card. And also, like, yeah, I'm not sure how much you want to dip into DK. Like, I'll probably give it a 2 because maybe you want to play some DK stuff, but for now, I don't think it'll be great.
Okay. I'll give it a 2 as well. Next we have Party Plan Avona. Battlecry, if you've taken 8 damage on your turns, summon Ouroboros 4/4. And Ouroboros is this. It's an 8/8 taunt. Death Rattle, summon a minion in your hand. Oh no, Death Rattle, give a minion in your hand. Death Rattle, summon Ouroboros. So it cycles, kind of.
Mm-hmm. Kind of.
When it dies, it'll plop itself onto something else you got. You play that. When that dies, it'll summon this, and then we'll keep going. It seems a little slow though, and like to get a repeated effect. The actual cards, the 6 drops, actually quite a lot of stats though for 6.
It is a lot of stats if you play it on 6. I think the funny part is that by the time you can play this, DK has Rezka active. And if they like steal it with Rezka, I feel like you just concede.
Yeah, people steal it.
Yeah, like they yog it or something.
Yeah, that's the problem with like every Death Rattle card that gets printed nowadays. It's just there's too many ways.
Mm-hmm. Especially the expensive ones that you have to like build up. Like, it's not hard to proc the effect, right? Like, that part's easy, but by the time you can actually play it, it's like, is it too late against some stuff for sure?
Yeah.
I don't. Do you play it in Painlock, you think? I mean, I'm not even sure. Because it is 6 mana.
It's a lot of mana, man.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Maybe in slower, like, Warlock decks. Again, it has the problem of Yogg and Rezka and all that, but, you know, some slower deck with Sargeras and all that.
Yeah, maybe.
It's a lot of value. Yeah. I don't know. I'll give it a 2.
I feel like those slower Warlocks don't play cheap minions for this to land on anyway.
Yeah, maybe not.
I'll give it 2 as well. I don't know. It's kind of cool, but there's a lot of stuff going against it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right.
Okay.
That was all the classes.
Oh, that's the last one? Oh, nice.
I think so. We didn't skip one, right? Yeah.
No, we did it. Well,
nice. Good time.
Yeah, not bad. Okay.
All right.
Neutrals?
Through some neutrals. Yep. I can start us off. Tide Pool Pupil. 1 mana, 2/1. Battle Cry.
Wait.
If you've cast 3 spells while holding.
Did you miss the amalgam?
Did I? Oh, my bad, everyone. Stop typing. I did miss the amalgam. Okay. Adaptive Amalgam. 1 mana, 1/2. This has all minion types. Death Rattle. Shuffle this into your deck. It keeps any enchantments. Okay, you talk about this one.
This is a sweet card, man. You can do so much with this. People like initially I thought it would be good in Hunter because you have the bigger Yormonger and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they struggle a bit with like slightly with drawing cards. I mean, they can dip into Warrior and it makes it a bit easier. And the mana is also a little awkward, but there's some powerful stuff you can do there. It was very strong in Warrior, this sort of thing. It was quite easy to give it stats through Taunt. You can give it Cleave as well. Give it Rush with the 0 mana spell that Demon Hunter has as well. And that was actually kind of powerful. But this was in theory crafting where no one is running any steals or silences or transforms or what have you.
Yeah. Imagine you like spend your entire game building this up and then they just yog it. It's like
or Amanthal Poofer. There's a lot of oofs. It's a fun build around, but
sure.
It's fun when you build it in the collection and probably not fun when you play it in game.
Yeah. It does have the all tag, so like any sort of tribal stuff, it could be played, although it is a 1/2, which is not great.
Well, I mean, outside of the buffs and stuff, you could play it. You probably play it in Naga Demon Hunter, right? It's like fills the mistake role.
Maybe. I'm not even sure. I mean, maybe.
Why not?
You do have Pupil as well.
Yeah,
you play all the ones. Yeah.
Play Pupil. We play the discount mech.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that will make a comeback. I mean, the Pupil helps that deck quite a bit because
yeah,
you get like extra momentum or something. It's crazy.
Yep. All right.
I think that deck will come back.
2.
2?
2.
I'll give it a 3. I mean, it's a card people are gonna love to build around. It could be a 4 in that sense, but for sweaty people, it's probably not.
Yeah.
We'll give it a 3.
Sure. All right. Now, Tide Pool Pupil, 1 mana, 2/1, Battle Cry. If you've cast 3 spells while holding this, discover one of them. Well, I mean, this is an easy 4, right? Like,
yeah, this could be the best card of the set, actually.
It might be. There's just so many things you can do with it.
This is definitely getting nerfed. When I first saw it, I was like, oh, it's probably pretty good. But then when I played with it, oh my god, this is ridiculously good.
It always. I remember when you came into my stream doing the theory crafting, I asked you, wasn't it like kind of hard to get the spells you want? You were like, no, it was actually pretty easy. And then I played with it, and it was
so easy. It was so easy.
Yeah, I never had an issue with having the wrong spell in there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's got to be a 4.
It's definitely getting nerfed. There's no way.
Yeah.
Everyone in chat gave it a 4. Absolutely everyone.
I might have had 1/3 in mine. Yeah, I have a 3.92. All right.
Somebody's
trying to drag it down.
Yeah.
All right. 2 mana, 4/1. Battle Cry. Discover a pirate. I don't know. Are we playing 2 mana, 4/1s? I don't think so.
No. I don't think you want it even in your aggro pirate deck. Probably not.
I don't think so. Yeah.
All right.
1.
Yeah.
Coconut Cannoneer, 2 mana, 1/4. After an adjacent minion attacks, deal 1 damage to a random enemy.
This is not too bad in an aggro pirate deck, is it? It's not crazy good, but it's a bit like a Direwolf Alpha with 4 health.
That's what I was thinking. Was Direwolf Alpha? That's
And
not,
it's
not
a
card I
pirate as
wanna
well.
compare it to.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it's got
yeah.
4 health. It's 4 health is a lot.
It does have 4 health. This is true. Okay.
I mean,
So-
you do want extra pirates because you want to be able to pay the 3-drop, the +1/+1s. I think this is probably a good one. I mean, it's not like
Okay.
a great one, but it's probably one that, like in the Demon Hunter with some of the 1/1s and stuff. One you
Sure.
might want.
All right, I'll give it a 2.
Yeah, 2 me, dude. Move on.
Yep. Drink server, 2 mana, 2/2, death rattle. Get a random drink. It has 3 uses. So we talked about all the drinks. I mean, basically, like half the drinks are kind of generically pretty good, at least from my point of view, and then half of them are pretty bad.
Yeah, there's 6 drinks. Half of them are 1 cost.
Which coincidentally are all the good ones.
Huh.
Those are the good ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the other ones are the bad ones.
I think, yeah, I mean, this one probably you can consider it in any deck that's trying to do the concierge plus spells.
Yeah.
Not the Druid one, probably, because that just OTKs, but like the tempo-y ones, you could consider this.
Yeah, maybe. Other than that, I don't think
2?
it has any use. Yeah, I'll give it a 2 for that. All right. Travel agent, 2 mana, 2/2, battle cry. Discover a location from any class.
Does this thing gets to the what's it? The puppet theater pretty often.
Does it? How many class locations?
I don't know. I just kept getting offered it when I played it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I just don't know what deck you play it in.
This is a Reno. This is a Reno card.
Yeah.
Reno something.
I don't even know if I want to play it in Reno. I feel like I can find-
Reno Paladin or Reno.
I don't think I'll put it in Reno Pala. Maybe,
No?
but I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's not great.
I'm gonna
I'll
give
give
it
it.
1.
I'll give it a 2. There's some nutty ones you can get.
Sure. Yeah, there's definitely some high rolls. All right. XB931 Housekeeper. 2 mana, 2/3. After you use a location, gain 3 armor. I mean, like, technically you can gain a lot of armor with the new locations because you click them all in one turn, but like, what deck wants this though is the thing.
I don't think there is one though.
I don't think so either. 1?
Yeah. I mean, you can gain. Nah, let's just move on. Actually, never mind.
Yeah. All right. Bumbling Bellhop, 3 mana, 3/3 taunt, battle cry. If you're holding a spell that costs 5 or more, summon a copy of this. Kind of reminds me of Double Agent from Rogue, or
Yeah.
it's called. Yeah. Has
I mean,
taunt.
Taunt 2/3/3s for 3. That's pretty good rate.
Yeah, it's not the worst. I mean, big spell mage.
Yes. Shaman could run it because there's a lot of 5+ you could play technically with Hagatha and stuff. Obviously, if you
Sure.
Hagatha, it doesn't work, but you don't care because you're playing
Right.
other stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe Reno Shaman or something as another 3-drop.
Yeah, I think it's all right. I mean, it's probably decent if it consistently goes off.
Sure. I think a couple decks where I could see play. I'll give it a 2.
Yeah, 2 seems
All
fine.
right.
Oh,
Concierge. 3 mana, 3/4. Your cards from another class cost 1 less. Well, yeah, we all know about this one. I mean,
surely won't be a problem.
surely not. What do you think? I think they'll do not less than 1. That's my prediction.
I think they'll make it. They're gonna make it like 5 mana. I think.
Oof.
I think they'll do that
maybe.
rather. I mean, if they do not less than 1, it's just a pointless card. They'll just increase the mana of it.
I agree, but I think that's what will happen.
I mean, what's its applications really? Outside of the Druid OTK, it's really just for cheating out Mantle Shapers and stuff really early,
Pretty
right?
much, yeah.
So if you increase the mana of this to like 5, or I don't know, 4 might be enough. Then if you put it to 5, then those Mantle Shaper combos aren't good anymore, really.
Yeah, but maybe maybe people still complain about the Druid one.
Maybe, yeah.
Because you can ramp. So I don't know. But yeah, okay. Easy 4 for now.
Yeah.
Until it gets
it's crazy good now.
Yep. All right. Cryopractor. 3 mana, 3/3, battle cry. Give a minion +3/+3 and freeze it. 1. I'm putting this in a deck. Yeah. We good?
Yeah.
All right. Customs Enforcer. 3 mana, 2/5. Enemy cards that didn't start in their deck cost 2 more. I've got a fun story with this one.
Okay, go for it.
During theory crafting, one of my last games of the day, I queued Druid. I queued a Druid deck, and my Paladin opponent coined this out, and I kind of chuckled. Do you know what I did on turn 3?
No.
I played a Malfurion's Gift, and then it cost 4. Yeah.
Oh, you fell for it.
I did, yeah. And then on turn 4, I played an Ignis, and I was talking to my chat, and I was like, yeah, I think I have to take a 5 here to contest the board.
Yeah. The 7.
Yeah. I did not take a 5, but I almost did. So it was pretty good against me that one time. Yeah. Chat bailed me out on that one. But after that one experience, I'm not sure that we're gonna play this, right?
Is it razor scale levels of usefulness?
But I think it's worse than razor scale, right? Like,
I mean, hypothetically, if Excavate Rogue is everywhere, and
it isn't razor scale better though?
Well, no, Nature Shaman too. This is also decent. I mean, it's got a very big butt.
It does. Nature Shaman. Yeah, I guess. But like, technically, Nature Shaman could kill you through, like, Nature Shaman can kill you through this, whereas you can't kill through Razor Scale. It was my kind of thinking.
Yeah, they could. Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I mean, no, I don't think people are going to run this in their decks. So,
well, people might run it, but I don't think it's good. So,
I'll give it a 1.
Yeah. All right. Gorgon Norsmu. 3 mana, 3/3, battle cry. Get a 2-cost cheese that summons 3 1-cost minions. It upgrades each turn. Did you play with this at all?
I did, and the cheese matured every turn. I never played it. I just kept maturing that cheese.
What?
Aging the cheese. Wait, really? It was great. Well, you can't play it, man. Then you're missing out on bigger minions.
You gotta wait until 10s.
You gotta keep aging the cheese.
Mm-hmm. I thought this was really good.
What is the cheese that you want? Is it? Did you wait till 4, or did you just play it straight away?
I played it immediately. I think every time I played it right away, unless I had a really good play. But like, it's so good. Like, you play a 3/3, you spend 2 mana on this on 4, you get 3 2-drops. It's so many stats.
Yeah, that's
And
quite
then-
good.
Yeah, and I mean, if you have a good play, you just do your play, and then you get 3 drops next
Yeah,
turn. Like,
then you mature
this on curve is
cheese, you
crazy.
age it.
Of course, yeah.
And then you have another play, and you're like, hang on a minute, I could just wait some more, and you keep aging your cheese until the game's over.
I think you're the only one that does that.
No, everyone will do that. Trust me.
You gotta get the value. There's also the Zarimi thing, which was
Yeah,
the first thing I thought of when I saw it.
Clark did that to me. It was kind of a sad affair because he played this Gorgonzola on 3, and I was just like, oh, my deck's not fast enough to win before.
Right.
So I just spent the whole game knowing what was going to happen, and then he did it, and I died. But to be fair, I only just died because it takes a while to age the cheese, and he had it literally on 3. Okay.
Yeah.
Like it got to like 6 drops, I think, and he had like the perfect hand for it, and he only just killed me. So I don't think it's actually going to be very good with Zarimi.
Maybe not.
He literally had exact lethal.
I don't know. I think it's so good when you play it on curve that I feel like every deck that wants to fight for board in any way at all wants this. I think.
Nah. I don't know.
It's so many stats. Now the downside is it gets worse and worse as the game goes on, right? You know,
What do you mean? It
the
gets
cheese
better?
takes too long. No. I'm saying like when you draw it.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Which,
you just play the cheese straight
which is a
away.
thing. Yeah.
It's
I think it's really good.
It's like that dormant guy, the 3-drop from that gave you dream cards. That one was like really good on 3, but it was terrible on other turns.
Well, yeah, but this is like infinitely better than that, is it not?
Well, it's just like a similar thing. Like it's just very, very good on turn 2 or 3. But I don't think I agree with you that any deck wants to play it. Like the board deck.
What wouldn't want to play it?
I don't know.
I played this in Elemental Rogue,
It's a dragon.
and it was I know that. It was the best card in Elemental Rogue. You just played it on 3, you skip the elementals, and then you kill them.
No.
I was a 4. You're maybe talking me to a 3?
I mean,
4.
dragon decks will play it probably. Some board decks. Yeah, I'll give it a 3. It's pretty nice.
Alright. Sure.
I guess you can get the cheese back with the 2-1, which is pretty stupid.
You can do that.
Is it aged? It must be aged, right?
I don't know. Yeah, because it changes the card, right?
I think so.
I think. Yeah, every Reno deck plays it. Yeah. Okay. Alright, let's move on. Hosen Roughhouser, 3-mana, 2/4 pirate. Whenever another friendly pirate attacks, give it +1/+1. So this goes in that like aggro DH pirate deck, maybe. I played it.
Yeah, or Shaman. Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, when I drew like 3 patches in one turn, played this and Ziliax, and it was like
Yeah.
they would die.
You can do some very gross starts. It's pretty good, yeah.
It snowballs really fast, is the thing. And it's not that easy to kill. I mean, at 4 HP is respectable, especially when you have a board. Like, maybe you trade one pirate off, you have this as a 4 HP minion on board. If they don't kill it, they kind of die.
Yeah.
I like it.
It seems decent, yeah.
I'll give it a 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Oh.
All right.
Shot splitter.
Lamplighter. Yeah. 3-mana, 3/2. Elemental Battlecry, deal 1 damage, improved by each turn in a row you've played an elemental. Dude, it
Yeah.
legitimately felt OP. I mean, it was theory crafting, but I don't know. You just play so many of them.
Yeah, I played one game with this and I killed them on turn 5. Feeling like
I played 6 with it, and every game ended by like turn 6.
Yeah.
Maybe 7.
It's a weird card because everything about it tells you it's bad. It says elemental several times on it, but somehow it's a good card. I mean, it's just for rogue, right? And it's just
I mean,
just a 4. I think. I think it's.
I think so. The funny thing about this card was the first. So I hadn't seen it prior to theory crafting. My first experience with it was against Shaman. They shot both of my 8/8s. I had 2 8/8s on board. They dealt 8 to both of my minions. I was like, wow, that card seems strong. I didn't read it. I then found out an hour later that it can go face.
Yeah, it can.
I thought for sure it was a minion only after that because they both went into my minions. But yeah, going face is kind of crazy. So I do think it's a 4. And I think it/Sonya will get nerfed quickly. So.
Yeah. So I guess in Rogue, you play draw cards, you play the 1-cost elementals, you play this, you play Sonya, and you play like Shadow Step Breakdown. Or bounce around instead of breakdance, I guess is better.
You play all of those.
Okay.
With Scoundrel, and you can kill so fast.
Yeah. So it's a bit like the Freebird thing that people have been doing, I guess.
It was Freebird, but better, basically.
Yeah.
I think, just so much quicker.
And some of the 1-cost elementals are like fine tempo-y. You got the freeze guy, you got Firefly.
Yeah, I mean, well, they're not good. There's Firefly, there's Adaptive Amalgam. It's not great. But
you play the Amalgam as well?
Yeah, we just played everything.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, 4.
Yep. Okay, you want to take some cards?
Yeah, okay. Next we have Mixologist. 3 mana, 2/3. Battlecry, craft a custom 1-cost potion. And the potions are the old Kazakus ones from a long time ago. You basically get 2 picks, 3 options for each pick, and you can hit any of these 9 ones for either. So you got summon a 2/2 demon, give your minions +2 health, gain 4 armor, deal 3 damage, summon a friendly minion that died this game, freeze a random enemy minion, deal 2 AoE, add a random demon to your hand, and draw a card. So some of them are a bit meh, but some are quite useful. Deal 2 damage to all minions is a pretty useful one.
Yeah.
Draw a card, obviously, and stuff. Yeah. I played this in the Lanessa Paladin to try and find deal 3 damage, basically. And the draw card one was good too, but it was okay in that deck. I don't know if it was really needed.
Sure.
It felt worse than the Grifter for sure, but
yeah,
might make his way in there. It's like a fine card.
A lot of play. Yeah, it doesn't seem great, but it's probably like, you play it in your Reno decks or whatever just for a little bit of versatility, fill in the curve.
Yeah.
I don't think it's super great. Two, maybe a 3. I don't know. It's close.
I think a 2.
Okay.
It'll probably see play, but it won't be like exceptional in anything. I think. Next we've got Overplanner. 3 mana, 3/3 Battlecry. Discover 3 cards in your deck to put on top in that order. So there's some uses like with the priest cards that you make cost 1 and stuff and all that. Maybe with Marin, you can also like choose a bit what you're going to get from the Marin.
Yeah.
But maybe. In general, it's kind of bad. This effect. We had like Dredge in the past, and Dredge was decent, but there was like a 2 mana Dredge which was not very good. This is 3 mana, so it's worse stat line. I think it won't be good. I think it's kind of terrible, actually.
I think maybe like some Reno decks or something could play it, but I mean, I think people will play. It's the type of card that people will play, but it'll probably be like the worst card in the deck type of thing.
Yeah. I mean, I think Reno people would be like, oh, I can get my Reno and stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. So for that, I'll give it a 2.
I'm giving it a 1 on principle. We got to teach these guys to stop putting terrible cards in the deck.
Yeah, fair enough.
Sailboat Captain. 3 mana, 2/4 pirate. Battlecry, give a friendly pirate Wind Fury. So this is a spooky card for the Reddit bros.
For sure, like, it says Wind Fury, yeah.
It says Wind Fury. What are Blizzard thinking printing a card that says Wind Fury? I mean, the Handbuff Paladin, Southsea Deckhand, you can OTK.
Yep.
The thing is,
that played against me.
I think maybe it was you that got played against you and they had to send it into an Unkiliax. It happened to someone.
Yep, they sent it into one of my 6 Unkiliaxes on the board. The 40 damage.
Yeah.
Deckhand, yeah. That was sad.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, are people gonna play this like just so that they can OTK with Deckhand? I mean, maybe they will, but it's so specific though.
I think like, definitely people will. People will do that.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. Is it gonna be good?
Don't know. There's not really other pirates you can run, right?
I mean, okay, people are saying Amalgam. I guess.
You could. Yeah, you can give your Amalgams Wind Fury. I considered that for like some of the Amalgam decks I was playing. But I ended up cutting it because I didn't need it really.
Yeah.
At least for the warrior I was playing. I just cleaved everything, so I didn't need to Wind Fury Rush. But maybe Hunter would want to because you can double dip on the Yormonger.
Sure. I'll give it a 2.
Yeah, I'll give it 2.
Right.
Next, we have Terrible Chef. Battlecry, summon a 0/2 Nerubian Egg. Death Rattle, destroy it. It's kind of a decent amount of stats for 3, right?
What? No. I mean, I know what you're saying, but no. Like
it's a 3 mana.
It's a 3 mana 2/1. That's what it is.
No, it's a 3 mana 6/7. You just add them all up.
Oh my god. Oh, I hate when people do that. Also, oh my god, you're adding the health of the. Oh no.
Well, yeah, I'm adding it all up. Maybe. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna give it a 1.
It's the egg decks. I want this as well.
It's a 3 mana egg. I think it's worse than egg in egg decks.
Well, the thing is, like, it's kind of, if you think about it, it's more like a 3 mana 2/1 that summons a 4/4 when it dies, with some other applications, you know.
That's exactly what it is. That's literally what it is. Yeah.
Oh.
Like
wait.
Like word for word.
Yeah. No, that was your argument. Okay. I was arguing against myself then. Whoops. I'll give it a 2.
Now you have to give it a 1.
Yeah, I'll give it a 1.
Okay, perfect.
Next up, Carry On Grub. 4 mana 5/4. Battlecry, get a 1-cost suitcase. Pack the top 2 cards of your deck into it. So it tells you what's in the suitcase. You can decide if it's worth opening. So it's a little. I mean, it's not bad for like card draw if your deck's struggling for it, and you're kind of like a minion-y deck.
So
right?
is this essentially, is this, I guess it's 1 mana, draw 2? Is that what it is?
Yeah, yeah. But it tells you what the cards are. So
Okay. So you don't have to.
you don't have to, but unless they're good. So it's a little better.
Right. But it costs 4 though. It's so expensive. It's too expensive, right?
It's not that bad, but I'd put in some decks that were struggling for card draw, and it was cut from some of them. I'd say.
Yeah. I'm gonna give it a 1.
I want to give it a 2. Oh no, it's okay.
Sure.
All right, Grifter, Trusted Vendor. 4 mana, 4/5. Battlecry, discover an amazing amulet to give to both players. The enemies is a phony version, so there's a lot of extra stuff on here, guys. Basically, what it is, you get a good amulet, and your opponent gets one as well, but it's like slightly weaker. So, some examples: take a control of an enemy unit until the end of your turn. That's the one you get. The unit you get has charge, by the way. Always. That's important to know for this one. For them, the one they steal, it gets its attack reduced to 1. There's some other ones, legendary cards, deal 6 face, summon a random 4 cost, restore 12 health, draw cards, and then reduce the cost of all the cards in your hand. So, some of them are pretty great if you're like a combo-y deck. Like the reduce the cost of stuff in your hand. I played it in Lanessa Paladin and it was pretty good. It was a little slow to set up, but generally pretty good. You get the draw one, or you get the damage one, or you get the reduced cost one. They're all great.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like a good card.
Every time I played it, I was happy with the outcome.
Yeah.
I was never upset with what I got. It always felt worth it. Also, dude, my chat lied to me. They kept telling me the fake version of the discount one was reduce the cost of all cards in your hand except for minions. So I thought my opponents were going to discount their spells. They lied. It's except for spells.
Yes, except
which
for
is
spells.
Worse. They lied. Okay, so that's even better then, because that's like the best one a lot of the time, I think. And I'd be a lot more scared if they're discounting their spells than discounting their minions. So,
it depends what you're up against, I guess.
I mean, it does, but like in general, I think if you think of most decks, I think spell discounts are going to be scarier on average. But it doesn't.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. I don't know. There's like quite a few minion-based decks. Yeah, I mean, you're usually going to get something good.
Yeah.
Is it a generic card, or is it combo card, control card? What is that?
I mean, I think you probably played in like every Reno deck. I mean,
yeah,
it has decent stats, right? It's a 4/5, and you always get something useful. So I think it goes in Reno decks. You can do Sonya stuff with it because, it costs 4.
Yeah, so you could, yeah, you can do some nasty Sonya stuff with this.
Yeah, obviously I'm gonna give it a 4. Not just for that, but also I think it's pretty flexible in general. It really did feel good every time I played it.
Yeah, it's felt good for me too. I want to. Yeah, we'll give it a 3. 3. I think a 3.
Okay.
Next up, we got Octo Masseuse. Deals octuple damage to minions. 4 mana, 1/8 mech beast. This does not work the way you want with always bigger Yormonger, guys.
Important to announce that one.
Yes, because now we can move on. We give it a 1.
Yeah, 1. Yep.
Resort Valet. 4 mana, 3/5 pirate. Discover a card from the newest expansion. Maybe this is meant for like newer players. I don't know, just so they can play with some of the new cards.
I've got another fun story from theory crafting about this card. One
Okay.
person played this against me. They played it one time. I obviously laughed when they played it. I died to the 6/6 charge that gets charged if it didn't start in your deck because they discovered it off this. But yeah, it's a 1. Except for that one time when it was good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not gonna be competitive card.
Yeah.
Alright, Sleepy Resident. 4 mana, 3/5 taunt, death rattle, all other minions fall asleep.
I don't know. I mean,
So it's almost like it freezes the board, but it doesn't
pretty
quite.
much.
It doesn't quite, because if you have this on your board, right, and you have some other minions, and your opponent kills it, when it's your turn, your minions can attack.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not quite a freeze for you. So it's like a bit better, actually.
Right.
It's like a freeze for your opponent on their turn. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah.
Just as a stall tool,
Maybe not
right?
the worst. I guess. The question is like, which I mean, I guess, I don't know, would you put this in your combo decks to try to... It's just kind of awkward because like, if they don't have a big board on 4, like, you basically played a Tazdingo.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. But is this a neutral Frost Nova?
I mean, kind of, but not really. I mean, for one, it's susceptible to like, I mean, there's not a lot of this, especially not in aggressive decks, but like silence and, you know, like hard removal stuff. Not removal, but mostly just silence or steal. But it does cost 4. I mean, I could kind of see it as a stall. I don't know where it goes, like which decks would actually want it, but I can maybe see the utility.
Yeah. Two? I don't know.
I'll give it a 2. Yeah. I'm not sure if anyone will play it, but maybe.
It's not really a Frost Nova.
Not really, yeah.
Okay, Wave Pool Thrasher. 4 mana, 4/5 elemental. Better give all other minions -1/-1. Death Rattle give all other minions +1/+1. So it kind of says like I'm good against tokeny decks, but the problem is you play this, they're gonna play some minions and kill it and then buff their board.
Yeah.
That is a big problem.
Mm-hmm. I mean, also, like, I think you would only ever play this for the elemental tag, and even then, I mean, there's just better elementals, right?
Yeah. 1?
Yeah. 1. Oh.
AFK. I already got nerfed. 5 mana, 0/5. At the end of your turn, give all other friendly minions that didn't attack +2/+2. Have you seen the deck that got this nerfed? It was a Shaman deck.
I heard about it. I didn't see it.
It was just kind of like a tokeny Shaman.
Well,
I mean,
the nerf worked. It's unplayable.
yeah.
Why are people saying 4? Wait, what are you guys saying 4? Are you guys trolling? What? Yeah. It was originally +3.
Yeah. It was +3/+3, and it was apparently too strong. Ron won a couple games with this. Was this carrying it? It's a bit weird because you can't attack with your stuff.
Yeah. and it's a 0/5.
Mm.
I'm giving it a 1. I do not believe in this at all.
I'll give it a 2. Apparently, it's good with Razzle Dazzle if you summon this. That is true.
Okay, I'm not rating it based on that, but that is true. That sounds strong.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give it a 1 actually. Let's move on. Bay Fin Bodybuilder. 5 mana 4/7. After a minion is summoned for your opponent during your turn, silence and destroy it. Is this the Unkiliak's answer?
You rat it out. By the way, is that like is there any other way to summon a minion for your opponent?
Yeah, they've got a Death Rattle or a Reborn. You trade it.
Oh. Yeah, but if you have to kill half of the Unkiliacs, then you still killed half of it, so one died.
And even if you killed the whole Unkiliacs, it still died.
Wait. Oh my god. Oh wait, yeah. Okay. And you also spent 5 mana on this.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 1.
Give that a 1. Scrapbooking Student. 5 mana 5/5. Battlecry, summon a copy of a friendly location.
Oh my god, dude. Are people gonna play this on their stupid puppet theater? I mean, it looks bad, but can you imagine, like, they're just sitting there with 2 puppet theaters and you can't play any cards?
Dude, 2 Prisons of Yogg. 2.
Wait. Okay, question. When it says a it's not a copy of... How does that work? Is it like if I use a charge, do I get one with 1 less charge?
Yeah. It should be, and it should be asleep as well if you copy it while it's asleep. I imagine.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Do you want to copy the DK location over?
I mean, yeah, but it's really slow.
What about the hunter one with the battle cry and giants? Does that make sense? Like you could play this. You could play the location, right? You press the button, then you coin out the student to copy the location, and then you have like some 1-drops and stuff. You just like turbo it out, and then you play the giants too. Does that make sense?
I don't think so.
I mean, that sounds like it could work. Technically.
Technically. Mm-hmm.
Because, like, you have 2 locations, so the battle cries get reduced twice. Right, you press both, and then your battle cry will be -2. Then you play it, then you can -2 another one or something. But I don't know. Maybe there's something there, but it doesn't sound concrete.
I'm giving it a 1.
Okay. I'll give it a 2 because that sounds fun.
Sure.
All right. Do you want to take him from here?
Sure. Yes, the famous Dread Deserter, 6 mana 6/6, has charge if this didn't start in your deck. Yeah.
Yeah, 1. This is like the first card ever where it's blatantly 10 and you don't put it in your deck.
Yeah. How many people are putting it in ETC?
No one.
Well, somebody's doing it. I mean, they probably shouldn't, but they're definitely doing it.
It's not even good.
All right. Yeah, I know. All right, one. Insidious, 6 mana, 2/10. At the end of your turn, upgrade your eruptions. Battlecry, shuffle 5 eruptions in your deck, which starts as cast when drawn, deal 1 damage to all enemies. So effectively it's 2 damage at the start, right?
Yeah. So I did play a Shaman, where the idea was you'd shadow block the Incendious, right? Then you'd go play some spell power, then play the mini shadow block and the Gaslight Gatekeeper, and that does OTK.
Sure.
Or like there's a 2-turn setup, but it was very slow to set it up because
Right.
it's mostly because shadow block's so expensive.
Yeah. I mean, it's a 3-turn setup, right? Because you have to play Shudder, then you have to play this, then you do the thing.
Yeah, because I had the mana to Incendious and Gatekeeper on the same turn because I discounted with the location. But the problem was like Incendious hadn't cooked. The eruptions were raw. They only dealt 1, so it wasn't enough to kill them. So I had a game where I had to just do it and then clear the board, but it didn't kill them and I lost. So it's a big slow setup, but it's kind of fun, I guess. I don't think it's good. But maybe in Reno Shaman, because they can kind of afford to do this slow game plan maybe with Shadow Block. Maybe Reno Warrior. I don't know.
I mean, I see the combos with it. I feel like, I mean, I guess, I don't know. Is it good on its own? Like if you just play it and then you just have the 5 eruptions that deal 2. I mean, it's not great. I guess they have to kill it, kind of, sort of.
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be some sort of OTK thing with maybe with Gaslight or whatever, but
It's not a bad card,
it
right?
doesn't. Yeah, no, I don't think it's bad. It's just it sounds a little slow, maybe.
I mean, if you're like just a Reno Warrior or something, you could play this. Probably.
Yeah. I guess it's not too expensive. I'll give it a 3.
Okay. I'll give it a 3 too. It's kind of cool.
Yep. All right. Package Dealer, 6 mana, 6/7. After you draw a card, 50% chance to draw another. Good stats for the cost.
Yeah. That one. This is a scary card though.
Yeah, one.
You play this, you're scared. You draw so much. It chains off it chains off itself.
Yeah. You could technically draw your whole deck.
You could, yeah.
If you're really lucky. Yeah, okay, 1.
Alright, what's the 1? Okay. Next one.
Weapons Attendant, 6 mana, 6/4 pirate. Battlecry, if you control another pirate, equip a random weapon from your deck.
Horn? And this pirate-y Shaman? Would it even want to run this? Get it as a one-off, maybe? Because you have the pirates, and it's quite a good tempo. If that happens. I don't think anything else wants it, though.
I mean, I feel like if you're gonna play Horn, would you not just play, like, Instrument Tech instead of this?
I don't think you'd care that much to draw the Horn. Actually, it's not that good of a card that you need to draw it with an instrument.
So then would you play this?
Well, I would like if my turn is 6/4 and of a horn for 6 mana. It's actually quite good. So maybe it'd be a one of if you're running a sufficient amount of pirates, which maybe you are because you've got patches, you've got that fell spell, you've got I guess the 1-drop that gets bigger, you've got that 3-drop. It might not be that hard to actually have this active. It would never be a 2 of because you're not running more than just the horns, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
But I don't think it goes in anything else.
Yeah.
And
I'm
even
gonna
in this
stick
deck,
with a one.
even in this, it's a very big maybe.
Sure.
I'll 2 it.
Yeah.
Could be wrong.
All right. Beached Whale. 7 mana, 4/20. Taunt, battle cry, deal 10 damage to this minion. I made some sandwiches with it.
Yeah. Is it good?
Dude, it was okay.
It's massive.
It is huge. Somebody, it got Golganeth once. I think I might be the first
20.
person to have actually taken 20 damage from Golganeth. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Does it? What other decks can you like cheat this out in other than Warrior?
Just like Thunderbringer stuff, but
yeah. Could play Thunderbringer. I mean, you never play this in Druid. You have way better things to do in Druid, right?
why to be in Druid?
Maybe Torsen. I don't know. Somebody said Druid, but no. They're probably thinking because Hydration Station, but you're
Oh, no,
easily
no.
access. Yeah, no.
Why does a 4/20 not seem that big today in Hearthstone?
That is, I mean, it's because it costs 7. Like you have to cheat. Like even if it didn't have the text, I legitimately don't think that a 7 mana 4/20 is even good. Like it just gets removed a lot of the time, right? So yeah.
All right, I'm wanting the Beached Whale.
I will give it a 1 as well. All right. Marin the Manager. 7 mana 6/6 battle cry. Choose a fantastic treasure. Shuffle the other 3 into your deck. Well, we know this card. This one's been around for a while. Seems pretty good. Yeah. I mean, I think it kind of has to be a 4, right? It gets.
You think it's a 4?
So many decks. I think so. I mean, he's playing a lot of decks, and he's playing the best decks also.
True. Does that make it 4 rather than a 3?
I think by definition it's a 4 because it's good in those decks too, right? I mean, maybe not all of them, but it is pretty good in most.
It did push the Druid a bit to being the best deck because of this introduction of this card. So maybe it's a 4.
Technically, we are rating it 4 after the expansion, but I think it will still get played a lot.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. 4.
Yeah. Could be the best free card they've given before an expansion, right?
Yeah, I mean.
Well, that was a Kel'Thas, right? Maybe not better than Kel'Thas.
Yeah. Was Drekthar one of those cards, or was that not pre?
I can't remember.
All right. Anyway, Snoozin' Zookeeper, 7 mana 5/8 battle cry. Summon an 8/8 beast for your opponent. It attacks all of their minions. I was talking about this the other day with Chad, and like some people said, like, do you ever play it in Druid? The answer is no. There's no way. So
maybe Highlander Druid would play it if that comes back.
Maybe Highlander. I was talking about the good Druid though.
Yeah.
Yeah. It can be okay. It's just you need a pretty specific-ish board state. Like they have to have 8 attack, because if they don't have 8 attack total, then it's effectively dead on board. You spent 7 mana on it. and
Yeah.
gave them more attack. So
Yeah, it's not great.
I can't think of a single
Sometimes
deck
it will
that
be
plays
quite good, but
maybe, but I don't think any deck plays it. Any good deck.
yeah, maybe not. I'll give it a 1 then.
Yep, 1. All right. Seaside Giant, 10 mana, 8/8, costs 2 less for each time you've used a location this game.
I really don't know how to evaluate this one. I didn't even try decks with it. It's a weird
Neither did
one.
I. Yeah. Because
It could be
real,
good, but
yeah.
I don't know.
It does feel like it maybe takes some work. I mean, Bunny was talking about
DK
some
one,
combo with it.
the DK one
Yeah.
seems like probably the easiest one, just because you only need to hit one location. That's not that hard.
Yeah. And you probably can proc it within
A couple
2 to 3
turns, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I probably maybe a 2 because there's a lot of potential for it. It's just like,
Yeah, it's hard to say. I also think
yeah.
I think like the timing of when it would come out in these decks and the setup required makes me think it wouldn't be like broken.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Compared to some of the other giant stuff we've had recently.
Yep, I agree. I'll give it 2.
2, yeah.
All right.
Oh, that was the last one.
That was it. Yeah.
Oh, we finished.
Nice.
How long did that take?
Well, yeah, I'm curious. 5 hours? Damn, 5 hours?
That was
That's not
speedy.
bad.
Speedy.
Yeah. Nice. Ooh, we can generate a summary. Oh, this is new, I think. You can generate a summary image. Wait, what? Oh, yeah.
Where's that?
I don't know. It was on the thing. You can choose your best card, favorite card, most underrated. I guess this is for like Twitter.
Okay.
And then, yeah. So we can also do the compare review thing. So people ask for our ratings. How do I search? Okay, I can't get it to work. But I think we can like have ours side by side, basically, for people to ask about the...
Oh,
I
yes.
have to refresh. Okay. Probably, yeah. People have been asking about like a sheet or whatever. Oh, okay. Yeah, refreshing worked. Yeah, it does. So it shows both of our ratings and then also our chat ratings, I guess. Cool.
Okay. So, what are you most looking forward to playing, do you think?
So, I mean, I think some aggro DH stuff will be cool. I don't know if that would be my top one. I mean, I feel like the deck that got the best stuff is Druid, but I don't know if I'm that excited to play it.
Nah, me neither.
Yeah. It feels like we know it's going to be good. So in terms of other stuff, I want to try out the Mage. I didn't try that out with the palette cards and making those like...
Oh, that was fun. That was fun. I played that a bit.
That seems cool. Sure. What else? I guess some like aggro-y shaman stuff. Maybe an Eliza deck. I didn't try that out either. Try that. But I'm a little concerned that like early on it's going to be a lot of the Ziliax walls type of thing, which might be not the most fun. What about you?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm concerned it'll be OTKs and Ziliax wars.
Yeah.
We'll see.
But if that does happen, I mean, they'll nerf stuff, and then what are you most looking forward to trying out?
Well, I personally wouldn't mind some like aggro-y decks to make a resurgence, but I don't like the more recently that some of the aggro decks are just like, I'm gonna plop out too many stats on like turn 3 or 4 and win the game through that. Like recently, I'd like maybe some more aggro decks that have early starts and then try and close out a bit later. But I don't think that's possible anymore in Hearthstone with how it's made.
Yeah, they might have to do something about Ziliax for that to be like a thing. I've watched people play Hunter decks and like, you start well, you do some damage, and they just play a Zilliax. Like, you just cannot get through Ziliax with Hunter as an example. Yeah,
I did a mid range Shaman too, and as soon as the Ziliax comes down, it's over. I'll do anything.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm sure that card is due for another change, I think, at this point. So, yeah, I mean, there's some cool stuff in this set. There's a lot of powerful things. Like, some might be too powerful, but there's some strong stuff. I'm looking forward to it.
The power level seems decently high for this one, I think.
Yeah. So
for some classes. We'll see.
For some, yeah. I think like half the classes kind of got either the tax of their other class kind of associated with it, or they got a set that's better for the tourist rather than themselves. So it is a bit weird in that sense. Yeah.
Rogue got hit pretty hard by that. Their set is not very good.
Probably has the worst set overall.
Yeah.
But it has Sonya. So
yeah, Rogue will be fine. They have multiple decks that work and will still work.
Mm-hmm.
I'm slightly concerned for Hunter because I don't know if they do enough. But I'm kind of excited to try some of these niche combos that we've kind of talked a bit about in this review. Actually, some of them sound fun.
What's first on the list?
I mean, I kind of want to do some kind of DK with the Horizon's Edge and the Giants and stuff. I think that might be quite fun. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I played quite a few decks in the Theory Craft, and normally I just like play a couple, but this time I played a bunch.
Sure.
I'm obviously looking forward to Shaman. I think Shaman got a really good set in combination with the Demon Hunter.
Yeah. Maybe some Wave of Nostalgia stuff with all the tokens.
Yeah, maybe. Could be.
All right. We ready to wrap up?
Yeah. I think that was a good review.
All right. Yeah. Good stuff. It was fun.
Cheers for joining.
Very reasonable length.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
We didn't really waste too much time on like obviously bad cards.
Yeah. There were only a couple that chat flamed us for yapping a bit too much.
Did they?
Maybe like 3 cards. They were like, move on. Usually they say that for every card because we're talking for like 5 minutes about some bad card.
Well, usually if there's 4 of us, someone either doesn't understand the card or
we're not naming names, of course.
Some niche combo.
Yeah.
And then gives it a 2. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for doing this. It was fun.
Cheers, man.
And yeah, we'll. I'm sure we'll. Are you gonna do like a daytime stream during the release day?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure my plans yet.
Sure. Yeah. Fair enough. Well, I'm interested to see what kind of decks you cook up.
I'll do some theory crafting. All right.
Sounds good.
Catch you later.
Have a good one. Peace.